Good meeting. I will call this meeting of Committee of the Whole for Wednesday, March 19th to order. Members of Council, we've had a number of tragic incidents that have happened in the region in the last couple of weeks. So this morning, I just want to recognize that we're profoundly saddened by the devastating fire in historic downtown Bowmanville on March 16th. That tragically, a mother of two, Kelly Jean Ferreras, lost her life in the fire, and our thoughts are with her family and everyone affected by this unimaginable tragedy. We extend our heartfelt sympathies to the residents who lost their homes and businesses. We're also profoundly saddened by the tragic house fire in Oshawa on May 12th that affected the Barassa family, which claimed the lives of a mother and two daughters. Although the husband and father was initially in life-threatening condition, he's now expected to recover. Our deepest condolences go out to the family, their friends, and the community, and our thoughts are with the husband and father as he continues his journey towards recovery. I'd also recognize that we lost two community heroes with the loss of Ross Mackey and the loss of Rob Lupton, who have both contributed to the region of Durham in very big ways. Members of Council, if you would join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Members of Council, on behalf of the region, I would also like to thank the teams that responded in Clarington Emergency and Fire Services, Oshawa Municipal Government Fire, Durham Regional Police Services, Durham Region Paramedic Services, Durham Region Transit, Durham Region Emergency Social Services, and the Red Cross. And at the Oshawa Fire, I want to thank the Oshawa Fire Service, Durham Regional Police Service, and our Durham Region Paramedic Services. Mayor Foster?
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. You'll notice that the Clarington reps are wearing sweats. The sweats are in recognition, part of a fundraiser for those impacted by the fire in Bowmanville. If anything good comes out of a tragedy like this, I would suggest watching the way business, government, and the community came together to support those. We had 36 individuals displaced. Stella, to your and your team, an amazing job for the supports there. Mr. Chair, you recognized some organizations. There are many people to be recognized. The challenge is saying thank you to all of the people. You always miss somebody. Clarington, we don't know what it's going to look like, but we will in fact be recognizing those groups. Firefighters who for hours were putting water on the building, and I know that they are well equipped, but that is a cold, miserable job. I can tell you, Chief, prior to yours, that the inspector was giving me regular updates beyond the regular updates that I was getting from staff. So police services keeping folks safe. The list goes on and on. I want to thank you for your offer of help. Offers clearly Clarington, we stepped up and did what we could do. Durham Region and beyond responsibilities, your offer of stepping up and providing help, outreach from our MPPs, phone calls, and their presence. So that was, all also very, very deeply appreciated. There is some healing to be done. And I'll reference the two tragedies back to back, perhaps. And I was speaking with Mayor Carter, perhaps we need once again to start talking about fire suppression. It has been something talking with the building code, and I appreciate that in our case, an old building, new changes to the code won't help. New buildings become old buildings. These deaths were likely completely avoidable and unnecessary. So I'm hoping as we speak to our MPPs, we start talking about that. Push home the fact that people, check out smoke detectors. Make sure you've got fire extinguishers, and I will shut up in a minute, but experts will suggest that you have as little, and Mr. Chair, through a past life, as little as 2 minutes, 120 seconds to get out of a house that's on fire. Imagine you're asleep. So thank you for this. Thank you to all of the staff here that had a hand in helping us out. We will heal. It will help. Thank you.
Councillor Marin Pietri.
Mr. Chair, good morning, and everyone. I hope that everyone is doing well. These are somber announcements and circumstances that some of them we're not aware of entirely because of the investigations that are ongoing. But I do want to thank you and through you to our chief and to the entire organization, because they're activating on a level that we haven't seen before in terms of ensuring that criminal behavior in private properties are, in check and eradicated. And I say that because in certain instances, it's not just fire suppression. We have to be very aggressive towards property owners that have tenants that are involved in criminal activity. And that means whether it's an education campaign or us, proceeding with fines, that they understand that screening tenants is something that we expect in a way that ensures that the tenants in, for example, multiplexes and neighborhoods are not affected by the ones that are causing issue. I'm trying to veil my comments in a professional manner. I would really like to say that we're coming after you if you are operating and doing things that cause people harm and risk in a home or in a multiplex or in a neighborhood. I can't say that because I don't wear a badge, but I want to thank you for those who do, whether they're police or our fire services or EMS. Our neighborhoods are better off as a result of the actions that they're taking, and their actions that are helping to clean up the downtown core in the city of Oshawa, and to clean up, I think, and provide for the expectations of people who do follow the rules and want to keep their community safe. So if there's anyone involved that owns property that think that their tenants are an issue, but it's okay as long as they're getting money, they better think twice, because we're not going to continue down this path. It's not that that kind of community, and we expect better.
Thank you. Mayor Carter.
First of all, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of council. I'd like to echo the same sentiments as Mayor Foster, to be able to say thank you very much to our emergency services, our regional government, regional services, to be able to help us through a very difficult period of time. Our community, as you can imagine, like Mayor Foster's community, is in a moment of reflection, but also of mourning. Our thoughts and prayers are with those that are continuing to survive these tragic events, and we ask our communities in ways, if they can support these families and these individuals in any way possible, that would be greatly appreciated. I took the opportunity at our police services meeting to be able to thank the police officers that were on scene to be able to enter the building. I thank the chief and his leadership team for the 6 officers that, of course, were impacted by this fire and ended up in hospital and recovered. But this is a reminder, once again, as Mayor Foster has said, is maybe we need to take into consideration new ideas and new concepts, forward thinking when it comes to fire safety. I know our fire departments do a wonderful job in regards to the education component, making sure that people understand that a fire alarm and smoke detectors really make a significant difference. But I enjoyed my conversation with Mayor Foster in regards to maybe fire suppression. So I just want to take this opportunity to echo many of the comments that Mayor Foster has shared with this council, and just thank everyone for your support. We also ask that all of us remind one another. How blessed we are to be able to live in such a wonderful a community that has such wonderful leadership that continues to answer the call through the most difficult circumstances and are skilled and gifted to be able to answer the call. So we're just, again, we're in a period of mourning, and our thoughts are with the families and the individuals that have been impacted. But thank you to all the services that did a tremendous job. Mr. Chairman, I wish you the best of the day, and thank you for the opportunity to share a few thoughts.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, could you do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is starting now.
Okay, we have quorum. We'll go to declarations of pecuniary interest. Councillor Chapman?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have a declaration of pecuniary interest on item 8.1, the motion on free transit to serving members and veterans of the Canadian Armed Forces. I'm sure everybody in this room knows that I served 38 years in the Canadian Armed Forces, so I am a veteran. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jubb?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll also be declaring a conflict under agenda item 8.1 as I'm also a veteran of the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Collier?
Good morning, Chair. I'll be declaring the same interest on 8.1 as I'm also a veteran and my daughter is an active serving member in the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Shahid?
Councillor Jubb. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Would you need a seconder for that motion if Councillor Jubb has a conflict?
No, we're good. Thank you. And we're not.
Okay.
Part
Thank
yet.
you.
Thank you.
All right, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cook.
Thank you. I have to declare the same interest as my husband is also a veteran, so thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Clerk, I will declare as my daughter and son-in-law are serving officers in the Canadian Armed Forces. Also, Mr. Clerk, I will be leaving at 10 to 11 to represent the region in downtown, and Mayor Foster will be taking over as the chair of the meeting. Members of council, just two quick things. Councillor Garrod.
Yeah, sorry, just quick ask. I have a son-in-law who's in military. Does that warrant or is that beyond?
It's extended, but you can declare it.
Okay, well then, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, on Tuesday, March 18th, Durham Region Transit celebrated Transit Operator and Worker Appreciation Day. And as an integral part of the regional services, I'd like to recognize this committed team of operators, maintenance, planning, technical, customer service, and administrative staff for the important work they do in moving people across the region. I am pleased to share with you this short video highlighting all areas in appreciation of our dedicated Durham Region Transit staff. If you could play the video, please.
Every day, thousands of people rely on Durham Region Transit to safely get where they need to go within Durham and beyond. Our transit operators are an integral part of our system, ensuring safe and reliable journeys. But it's not just our operators, you see, who make this possible. From transit control coordinating routes and our transit planning and scheduling team who plan them, to our maintenance professionals keeping our fleet in top shape, and our transit ambassadors keeping you informed. To business services managing budgets, projects, and transit technologies, and customer service representatives ensuring a smooth experience for all. Together, we all keep Durham Region moving. Thank you to all our transit champions.
Thank you to all our transit staff. Members of council, I should probably give this to the chair of transit to read. It relates to what we're doing with the Sunflower program. Chair Crawford, may I hand this to you as chair and let you read it, please? Sorry for the short notice.
The Sunflower Program. I am pleased to announce that Durham Region Transit will be launching the Sunflower Program with a soft launch on March the 31st, followed by a full public launch on April the 28th. Additional details will be provided at the April TAC General Manager Information Report. Originating from the United Kingdom and now adopted globally, the Sunflower Program is designed to help the DRT staff recognize and support customers with hidden disabilities. This initiative aims to enhance the awareness and understanding of the challenges faced by individuals with hidden disabilities and to improve their transit experience. Several local municipalities, including Ajax and Pickering, have already adopted this program, and the region is also considering its application beyond transit. Lanyards have been distributed to commissioners and councillors attending Committee of the Whole today's meeting today. Thank you. Very proud of our team.
And thank you. Members of Council, there are no statutory public meetings. We will now start with presentations. Our first presentation is Ben Earl, Chief Executive Officer, Feed the Need in Durham. Good morning.
Morning, Chair Henry and members of Council. Thank you for having me today. Thank you to the Health and Social Services Committee for recommending my presentation. If you'll indulge me for 1 second, I am a lifelong resident of Bowmanville. I'm also the president of the Clarington Board of Trade. So in addition to reflecting our mayor's comments and appreciation, I want to reflect my appreciation as a staff of the Board of Trade for working with our local business community to not only help the residents affected, but to start supporting the businesses affected as well. I take very little credit for it. Bonnie and the team have done the work, but I am proud as the leader of that organization to see the work they're doing to respond to the needs of our community. So thank you for that. I'm going to speak to you today as quickly as I can around an update on community food security in Durham Region as a whole. There's other work that I'm going to refer to so that you can get more detail. I want to leave enough time if there's any questions, and hopefully I can answer those for any members of council at the end. Just quickly, for those who may not be completely familiar with Feed the Need in Durham, we're the regional food hub. We support over 70 community food programs in Durham Region. We distribute about 2.5 million pounds of food a year. That was last year. We're going to exceed that a little bit this year, I hope. Which is about $8.8 million worth of food that gets into community food programs, thus supporting residents who are facing food insecurity at some level across the entire region of Durham. We mostly support local food banks, other types of food programs like soup kitchens, meal programs, pantries. And we have programs across social service organizations, faith communities, and even within some municipal departments such as libraries across Durham Region. We have been around. We are now almost in our 20th year, close to 20 years in Durham Region, at least when the work started to establish the organization. We were established by a network of food banks in Durham Region to act as the food hub, to collect large volumes of food and then redistribute it where it's needed most across Durham. A lot of the data that I'm going to be talking about very briefly is actually much more detailed in the Durham Community Foundation's Vital Signs Report update from last year. We co-wrote this with the Durham Community Foundation. They had produced their Vital Signs Report previous year, covered a large range of issues across the region. And then last year, due to the emerging crisis around food security, we worked with them to create an update that was specific to food. I would encourage anyone who hasn't seen this, if you want more information on the things that I'm talking about, almost all of the data came from us, and we co-wrote this report with them this past year. Like many communities across Ontario and Canada, Durham is in the midst of an escalating crisis of food insecurity, where more and more residents than any previous time are struggling with accessing the food that they need to have a healthy diet at home. We're seeing numbers that we've never seen before, both in terms of service visits, but also in terms of food insecurity overall in our community. The one thing I do want to note, we do know we've gone through a lot of change over the last few years, and we're in the midst of potential disruptions to our economy again with the the issues, cross-border issues and tariffs. We have issued a statement. This is a statement we issued to our member agencies. We don't know exactly what the impacts will be. We do know that affordability will be affected for people if tariffs play out the way that they have been. We also know that there could be, as everyone, we know there could be impacts on local economies, which can lead to struggle and recession. Whenever those things happen, there is always a corresponding rise in food insecurity and always a corresponding rise in demand for emergency food services, such as the ones that we support. Our plan right now is to monitor this. We're working with our provincial partners at Feed Ontario and Food Banks Canada at the national level to understand what these impacts might be and to project as best we can. But our goal is to maintain our course of building a sustainable organization and sustainable food programs that can respond to the complexity of food insecurity beyond the emergency needs that may arise whenever there's a disruption or a recession. To get to the information, in Durham Region, since 2023, in 2023, just under 64,000 households were food insecure. This is reported through the provincial health surveys that ask people to range their food insecurity over the previous 12 months. And there is a range from moderate food insecurity to severe food insecurity. So this means that about 192,000 individuals are living in some form of food insecurity in Durham. This has increased from 2022 to 2023, when the last data was produced. It increased almost 11% over that period, which if you look at the previous years in the chart up there, you can see that that growth is fairly unprecedented. And there was just this rapid rise over time over the last few years in food insecurity in general, and thus translating to demand for community food programs. We know that this is a direct result of the rising cost of necessities, in particular the significant rise in the cost of food and housing over the previous few years. We saw that there was a jump of about 22% in in food prices from 2020 to 2024, and about 21% in housing prices across Canada over the same period. And then in Durham, this translated to an increase of about 36% in the cost of monthly food for a family of four. This comes from the region health department's own reports on the cost of a healthy food basket. Just for comparison, in the previous 5-year period, so 2015 to 2018, the same costs only rose 2%. So you can see the unprecedented sort of rise in demand over this period, which has directly affected the types of need that families in our community are facing. This is translated directly into a dramatic rise in food bank use. In 2020, just before the pandemic, we were sitting around 75,000 visits to food banks in Durham. This does not include visits to other programs, which I will speak to, but to food banks in particular, about 75,000 visits a year. And that had risen slightly over the previous 5-year period, but it had a fairly steady rise to about 75,000. Since that time, last year, this would have been the fiscal year ending last April, we had just 268,000 visits to the same food banks in our community. We're projecting to about anywhere from 320 to 340,000 visits when we end our fiscal year in the next couple of weeks to these same food bank programs. So we've seen this dramatic rise in demand across our community for food bank programming. The challenge we have in our sector, if you saw this type of business rise in a business, there's a corresponding rise in revenue because it's more clients, more people who are coming in and buying your product. In our businesses, there's no direct correlation. Yes, we've got a very generous community who has done their best to increase our revenues dramatically over the last few years, but there's not a direct correlation between the service provision and the amount of resources we have to respond to it. And we're not the only ones here. Many of the community food banks we support that you know and support as well are facing the same type of challenge. The meal programs in our network, we're also seeing this rise in demand. We did see a little taper off over the pandemic. The reason for that was a lot of these programs were actually closed to people during the pandemic because of restrictions. Food banks remained mostly open, but meal programs tended to dwindle off. We've seen a spike in the last couple of years, and we are projecting visits to these programs to be just under 600,000 visits to these meal programs in a year. That's and by visit, that's meals served. So these programs are serving about just under 600,000 meals to individuals a year, because they count every time someone comes in for a meal. So combined across our network, we're serving well over 700,000 visits to our programming across the entire region of Durham, which is up from about 300,000 prior to the pandemic in 2020. The last thing, how are we responding to this? Our response, and those of you who've seen me talk or been engaged with the work we're doing, has been to be as measured as possible because we want to be sustainable as a network and as an organization. We do need to respond to immediate crises and emergencies. We also need not to be reactive to the larger problem. There are organizations across the province who have increased food purchasing budgets dramatically. We've increased ours, but we are not viewing that as an answer to this problem. We cannot buy our way out of the challenge. We cannot possibly buy enough food to respond. We've had to shift our focus away from being this idea that we're providing people with everything they need towards being a supplement to what they need. And what we do in our own food banks and what our networks do in their organizations is supplement people's diets as best they can, help them get access to fresh, healthy foods that support their diets and support them in their need. But we cannot actually meet the full demand, and we need to be really honest with that as a community. The demand has just grown too quickly for us to actually respond in a full way. What we can do is supplement and support and find better ways to do that. We are responding by working with partners to build out new market-style food banks, which are choice-driven. They're much more efficient because they use less food overall per client because people are getting what they need, not a prepackaged hamper of food. So we're working with partners across the community. The town of Whitby has been very supportive in helping us open a market food bank in the Iroquois Park, and we're looking to other partners in other communities to do the same thing and work with our member agencies to shift them to the model. We have also recently partnered with and will be in the process of taking over a vertical farm that was owned and operated by Mighty Harvest, a local company who is a pioneer in vertical farming. They are moving to a larger facility in Ajax from the one just down the street from us in Oshawa. We're in a pilot project with them this year where we're taking over production with our goal of taking over the full running of that farm over the next couple of years, which will allow us to produce about 700 servings of fresh fruits and vegetables for clients every year through our food banks. So these are the types of things we're doing. We do also believe that we need larger policy responses that focus on income security, housing, and many other things that this council and others have talked about that we need to invest in our community. Food insecurity is not a food problem. It is an income and it is an instability problem, and we need to address those factors first if we are really going to get at the heart of the issue. I will end there. I do encourage you to look at that larger report for more detail on what I've spoken about.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Questions? Mayor Foster.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. Ben, always good to see you, and thank you for bringing up the Board of Trade and the response to the fire. They were spectacular.
Yes.
The results were awesome. So Ben, I think everyone here knows, but as opposed to showing up with a jar of peanut butter or Kraft Dinner, are the metrics still that $1 donated to a food bank is the equivalent of $6 or $7 in physical food?
For us, yes, it's actually maybe a little bit more because if you look at the ratio of the value of the food that we're putting out, it's probably about $6 or $7 now. It might be rising because we're putting out more food with the same level of resources. So a contribution to our organization allows us to, I want to be clear, that's not necessarily purchasing. We don't purchase most food, but it means we can leverage the infrastructure to gather food that's available and then get it out where it's needed. We're a logistics organization that happens to support the emergency food system. The more resources we have to build that infrastructure, the more food we can gather from existing sources and get out to our community. So yes, $1 helps us in many ways leverage. We do have also greater purchasing power when we do purchase, because we do purchase through national and provincial programs with our partners at Feed Ontario and Food Banks Canada. So when we do purchase, we tend to be able to get a per unit better deal than you can. We always welcome food, of course. If that's the best way people can support, we want them to support. But absolutely, dollars help us leverage and go further.
So rather than lugging around a can of or a bag of cans, plus, as you're noting, beyond the food, you need trucks. There are tangibles that you need.
Yeah.
And for Feed the Need, and I suspect with most, If someone wants to make a donation, they go online. You can do it
Online is the best
quick,
way to find us. Yeah.
quick and easy,
Yep.
and a charitable tax receipt. You can
Yes.
force the federal government to help support this
Yes.
by getting some tax relief. Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. I wonder if you've got the basic income in here, and that is it's controversial. There are two sides to the coin on the basic income. Should we be having, as we are coming towards a federal election and looking at some of these policies, and we've got a report on housing. Another 2,000 people on the list here. Housing we are not fixing.
Yeah.
Food security we are not fixing. How do we raise that level of debate?
Just so that everyone's aware of my own interest in this, I'm Board of Trade, Feed the Need. I'm also the general manager of Basic Income Canada Network. I work with national partners and have for the last 5 years, and international partners actually on talking about income security and innovation and income security. And that's what basic income, although it's an old idea, it is an innovation. We have lots of proposals for targeted programming. Right, I just read this morning another report from the Maytree Foundation around increasing the housing benefits. Wonderful ideas, but a basic income can streamline all of that. And we're not talking, if you're American-style basic income where it's money for everybody. No, in Canada, that's not the model that's actually promoted. It's a negative income tax model that's based on income and need. So there are reports I would encourage you to look at from BICN. They have a policy options report that talks about how this can work. The PBO has recently released reports on analysis. The Parliamentary Budget Office has recently released reports on analysis around the affordability and how we can do this. It is about streamlining programs and services, just as it is about getting money to people, but it's about getting money to people when they need it, when they face a crisis versus after the fact or versus as they're struggling. So I would encourage people to learn more about basic income, learn about what it looks like in Canada, and then have conversations if it's something that resonates with you, with your candidates and your MPs.
So, Ben, may I leave it with you to perhaps organize something? I would be interested. I would think that some of my colleagues here, certainly in Clarington, to learn and then see if we can apply appropriate pressure during the election.
Yeah, I will make a note of that, Mayor Foster.
Thank you.
I'm happy to.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marin Pietri.
Morning, Mr. Chair. Just as the CEO, I think that just the questions that are more curiosity. We're 5 years hence from the pandemic and I think some of the behaviors changed during that period. Obviously, there were concerns from donations and grocery stores that were involved in providing food in particular. Just wanted to see whether or not that's improved or what the reality is now. Have we gone back to what the pre-pandemic sort of practices were for some of these organizations or corporations to be able to help feed the need?
I'm not speculating what you're thinking about. We do have some concerns continuing with the purchased bags that grocery stores tend to promote. They're not always as beneficial to organizations as maybe we're led to believe. It's wonderful that people want to support. That's not the question. It's that the bags themselves are not necessarily what an organization may need, and there's also profit built into them, which is, I have a bit of a thing about making profit off of supporting community and food banks, understandably. We are very well supported, though, as an organization from larger grocery chains because we get direct from the distribution centers versus this retail. Our member agencies do a lot of the retail. We don't tend to do a lot of the retail. Those relationships are good. We've had a bit of a struggle. We've been working with Sobeys and they do donate to us, but we do have to go. We can't get direct from Sobeys because they work with an organization called Second Harvest, which takes the food out of our community first, and then we have to go to Etobicoke to pick it up, which is a bit of a challenge, but whatever, it's food that's coming to our community, so we'll do what we need to do. The challenge with grocery retail, I would be very cautious with anything they're talking about around supporting organizations, unless it's in partnership with, say, Food Banks Canada or a provincial organization, Feed Ontario, because those have been negotiated with those organizations to directly support food banks. The Spark Change and Hunger program that Walmart just did, which is at the till donation, that's run with Food Banks Canada. So those types of things we can trust because they've been built out with good relationships. Sure. But I would still be cautious. I don't know if things have changed too much in the broad sense, but we have good relationships just because of the nature of what we do and how we work with them.
Appreciate that through you, Mr. Chair. And I think it's important because now, we talk about on a broader level, some of the impacts of decisions that are being made south of the border. But I think educating ourselves in not only the products, but how these operators provide for our community is really important. And on that, I know that you work with vertical sort of growers and fresh food, but do you have a comment or a consideration, because you're involved in a number of organizations that deal with the best before dates, because we're finding that there's good food that's going to waste that may not be fresh, but because of the best before dates, you're not able to, or I'm not going to speak for you, but I wouldn't think that Feed the Need is going to be providing people items that are past their best before, even though they may be okay.
So there are national guidelines developed by the Ministry of Health and Food Banks Canada on this. We will provide food past its best before date because that food is still healthy and good. Best before dates are industry driven and they're marketing driven. They're not, and that's what people need to understand. They're not about the quality or the health of the food. We do understand there's a dignity piece there. People don't fully understand that. So do they want to get food that's come out of somebody's pantry that they view? But it's not an expiry date. Almost no food has an expiry date on it. There are guidelines around how long they can last beyond the best before date, but most food doesn't have an expiry date on it because it's so long in the future, especially processed foods. The bigger concern to us, though, is moving people away from ultra-processed foods that may have longer shelf life towards more healthy foods in the first place. We do want people to understand what the difference between a best before and an expiry is. We do get stuff that we would never give out, but there are guidelines. Most canned goods, if it's within 6 months, are usually pretty good and still fine for people. We understand, though, the perception of that, and if not everybody understands that, we get that. So we do our best to keep everything to not be past that date. But if we get large donations of stuff that are very close to the best before, which we do often from industry, we will get it out. We will just make sure that our members and others know what the best before is so they can use it first versus waiting until keeping it on a shelf. So we do our best around that, but I do want to be clear that we will give out food past that best before as long as it's within those national guidelines that have been developed for us by Food Banks Canada. We actually tend to be a little more strict than they've even given us because we understand it.
Sure.
But yeah, it's an education piece. And our argument would be best before dates either need to be extended or we need to move towards an expiry date system versus a best before system because that would allow people to better understand the food that they're getting and what it means.
That's very much appreciated through you, Chair. That was an education piece because I wouldn't have anticipated that being a possibility, but I do know that there's discussions happening to adjust those dates or to go to expiry. Now, I just wanted to, I don't want to touch on the basic income because I do think that we're going to get into discussions about that in the future. Anyways, you're considering obviously your organization with AI and the whole issue of people falling through the cracks. Now, separate of that, sustainability with your particular organization, Feed the Need. I know there's a number. I spoke to one of your most loyal volunteers yesterday, and there's a number of them. That's part of sustainability. Like we're incurring in our community sort of a shift in volunteerism because of the age and people's interest and just the reality in life.
Yeah.
Just wondering if you can just touch on that because there are changes. I mean, you've gone, as Mayor Foster said, to an online format to be able to access or provide for donations. How are some of the things that you're doing going to improve the ability for people to get involved and be sustainable at that level? Because I know that the food and the contributions will come, hopefully, we encourage them, but providing for it and the whole process is one that people they don't see the trucks, they don't see the sorting, they don't see the work that you do behind the scenes. They expect it, but how is a sustainable sort of measure?
So on the volunteer side, we still rely on volunteers. We still have about 12,000 volunteer years an hour, which, if you broke it down, is about 6 full-time employees equivalent of hours, right? So we still heavily rely on volunteers. The support is more targeted since the pandemic. During COVID, we were kind of forced to shift that because we had less people coming in. So we have created more efficiency in how we operate, and we will continue to do so. But we do rely on volunteers, and we will continue to do so. We're shifting a little bit to broaden that demographic. We have a very good core group of volunteers, but many of them have been with us for 20 years and are going to start aging out of the ability to do the work. We've already seen some of that. So we're shifting towards how do we work with youth groups and other types of groups, companies and others to get younger people volunteering and engaged, maybe in a one-time or a short-term basis versus a long-term basis. So we're shifting that way. On the technology side, actually, I've been instructed by my board recently to develop an AI and technology plan for the organization. So we're in the process of working with some very intelligent people that I know through some CEO networks that I'm part of in the private sector, but also not-for-profit sector, to understand what it might mean for our organization in terms of how can we use these tools positively to become more efficient and sustainable, but also for our network. How do we work with our network to use those tools without cutting people off, because we also understand technology isn't available to everybody, especially people who use our services. So we've got to find the balance. How do we make sure that we can use these tools to be as efficient and effective, especially with donor dollars, but also how do we make sure that we don't cut off access to what we do by moving to these types of tools? I hope that answered your question.
It does,
Yeah,
it does.
so-
And I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, to the CEO, union organization, always prepared and provide for our community in a way that I think is a model in our country. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Wu?
Yeah, and good morning, and thank you to the chair and Ben. Always nice seeing you.
Yeah.
Now, one of your slides, food bank usage, and it shows over the past number of visits for 2023 to 2024, 30% increase to 260,000. Now, is that number maybe underreported, because are there some food banks that are within Durham Region that do not send in their statistics for visits?
Yeah, there are any food bank that isn't part of our network wouldn't be included in that. But we use a system called Link to Feed. It's actually national now. Every food bank that's part of the Food Banks Canada or in our case, Feed Ontario network has to use this to report. So yes, any organization that isn't part of our network wouldn't report through that. So there would be some underreporting. Overall, though, for our community, the Clarington East Food Bank is the largest organization that's not part of our network. We work with them when we can, but they're not part of our network directly. They are a member of Feed Ontario, though, as well. So they do also report through the system. They just don't report through us. So those numbers are captured for us as a community. They're just not necessarily captured by Feed the Need in Durham. But yeah, I would suggest there is a slight underreporting. However, what I will iterate and note is outside of Clarington East, the largest food organizations in Durham are part of our network. So we are capturing, I would say, 90% plus of the number in our community. The underreporting would come from, the organizations that maybe aren't part of the network. The other outside the underreporting, maybe there are organizations that may serve people without fully capturing, just because this is a data tool. We don't want to restrict people's access because they're uncomfortable with capturing information. So there will be a slight underreporting if organizations are simply saying, hey, you know what? You need support. You're not comfortable with us capturing information. We're just going to give you food. We're okay with that because we don't want people to have a barrier to access because we want data. So.
Okay, thank you. And the meal program, can you explain that meal program? I mean, when you say there's, 432,000 visits to the meal program, can you explain that?
Yeah, so these are diverse programs. These can be what, Dermot Look for the Needy does with their kitchen, what Gate 316 does with their kitchen. They can also be programs through shelters. Some of the shelters run programs where they consider them meal programs because they provide meals to residents who are in the shelters. This can also be some of the school programs that we support. We were talking before about breakfast programs. If we support a school, they may capture some of these numbers as well. So it's a very diverse range of programs that provide prepared food to people versus giving them a hamper of food to take home. So that's the nature of those programs. I can share with anyone who knows. We have a fairly detailed membership structure where these programs are all sort of defined depending on how they serve. But that's what those programs would be. They provide a prepared meal to someone who comes out and asks for support.
All right. Well, just coincidental, this week is Community Care Durham Community Champions Week.
Mm-hmm.
And on Friday, Mayor Foster and Councillor Anderson and I will be delivering Meals on Wheels. So how does this is, in addition, this is a separate program altogether?
Yeah, Meals on Wheels isn't directly connected with what we do. We've had conversations with them about how we could support over the years, but they're a fairly independent program, so we're not directly connected with Meals on Wheels. That would be a separate program that is provided in the community. Which is great. We're happy. We're not here to do everything. And they have an expertise, but they're not directly connected with us at this time.
Right. And you mentioned something about food security and income security, and I'm looking at your past life with the Community Development Council of Durham and some of the policies that you put into place. This one was probably one of the ones that you spoke about back then and still relevant now.
Absolutely. In fact, I was looking the other day, and thank you for reminding me. It's been 10 years since I left CDCD, which doesn't feel like it's been that long. One of the things that we did while I was there was we wrote the Experience of Poverty report, and that hasn't been replicated in our community since. It was actually in partnership with the Region of Durham. I think it was funded by the Region of Durham through Health and Social Services at the time. So we're looking to reinvigorate some of that understanding, maybe not do the full work again, but look at better understanding what's going on in our community so that we can better advocate. We do know, and this is not just us, food insecurity is not a food problem, it's an income problem. Anyone who is reaching out for food support is doing so because they cannot afford access to food through the regular food system. And that's just the reality of it. So we know that at least the midterm response is to reduce the demand on food banks, is to give people better income security. Won't eliminate it completely, but it will make it better. So we do know that is still the response, and we still need to be talking about that. All these years later, we still need to be, there's lots of things we still need to be talking about that we talked about when I was there at that organization and that they're still talking about. So yeah, it is something that is being addressed slightly in some ways, but still needs a lot of attention.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ben.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ben. That exhausts the list, so
Thank
thank
you.
you very much for being here this morning.
Thank you again. Thanks, everyone.
Okay. We'll move on to item 4.2, Gary Cubitt, Board Vice Chair of Durham Regional Police Service Board, and Peter Morar, Chief of Durham Region Police. Good morning and welcome.
Mr. Chairman, members of council, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm pleased to be here this morning with Chief Moreira to provide our quarterly update. First, I would like to inform council of the recent appointment of Mr. John Fahey to the Police Services Board. The appointment was made by the province of Ontario. Mr. Fahey has enjoyed a very distinguished international career with significant experience and expertise in asset and risk management. We very much look forward to Mr. Fahey's contributions to the board's deliberations and decisions. I would also like to inform council of the results we received earlier this week on the board's strategic plan objectives. The board is closely monitoring the community safety indicators to ensure that we make progress in modernizing the service, improving public trust, and strengthening our partnerships. We do not have all of the data from 2024. As an example, we have yet to receive the crimes rates and crime severity data. However, we do have a number of data points that I can share with you this morning. Overall community satisfaction with the Durham Regional Police Service has improved steadily in each of the last 3 years. This result is critical to the focus that we have to enhance community trust in the Durham Regional Police Service. Auto thefts went down by 15% in 2024, and while that's very good, we still, regrettably, have an average of more than 3 thefts per day, almost twice as high as the number that was in place in 2020. The reduction was due to targeted and coordinated police investigation and enforcement with funding support from the Government of Ontario, and we were very pleased to see the reduction in those numbers, while still recognizing we have more to do. The number of youth supported through ProAction Cops and Kids, a key service provider, increased exponentially last year, and I'm also pleased to report that the number of youth involved in our very well-known and renowned Youth in Policing program increased again last year to over 200 students. Regrettably, response times to calls for service continued to increase in 2024, while our clearance rates declined compared to recent years. We are expecting better results in both of these areas as additional frontline and investigative staff are hired, trained, and begin to enhance patrols and investigations across the region. I also wish to note that mental health apprehensions by the Durham Regional Police Service went up by 15% last year to a total of some 3,366. This is almost 47% higher than the number of apprehensions in 2019, and it obviously remains an ongoing concern and priority for the board and the service. In 2025, the board will continue its outreach activities to community stakeholders, especially to groups representing the diversity of the region, as we strive to increase visibility, build partnerships, and strengthen trust in the police to ensure the safest possible community. We also plan to make our rounds to all the local councils again this year, and we look forward to communication and collaboration with all elected representatives from across the region. It's now my pleasure, Mr. Chair, members of council, to hand the podium over to Chief Moreira. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and good morning, Regional Chair, councillors, and very hardworking staff at the region. I thought I would start off this morning by providing an update on where we are with a couple of the strategic investments that this council supported in the 2025 budget. Just as a refresher, about 8% or less than half of the overall budget increase was for new investments to address community safety issues and emerging crime trends. Our largest investment, something that I know is important to this council and our community, because you often share these comments with me and with our divisional inspectors, is around increased frontline police presence. I, along with the leadership team, have been advocating and working diligently to ensure the DRPS secures the limited spaces available at the Ontario Police College, or OPC as we call it, to meet the needs of our service and to deliver on what we presented in the budget of enhanced community safety in our region. Our first class of 26 cadets has been hired and are awaiting attendance at OPC. OPC was advised that we need approximately 26 per class moving forward, and they are assisting us in achieving this target. The experienced officer class for May is filling up, and we expect to have somewhere between 15 to 20 experienced constables hired. Our budget case to add new instructors to the Education Training Center has now been actioned. And additionally, the Police Vehicle Operations Program utilizing Mossport is now delivering on all of this enhanced training. Again, an investment by this council. Very shortly, we'll be launching a robust recruitment marketing campaign to help drive increased interest in the Durham Regional Police Service, and we will share that with you and invite you to help elevate that message. As you are aware, one of the budget cases this council requested was the creation of a hate crime unit, and we were right there with you. You are all aware that there has been much more media and social media and advocacy around this issue, and I expect that trend to continue. DRPS did not have a full-time dedicated hate crime unit. Through the 2025 budget and supporting this council's request, I am pleased to report that we have identified and have one member who is starting immediately, and 2 members will be added in September when the remaining of the funding is activated. As of the end of February, we've had 15 hate-motivated crimes reported this year. For the same period in 2024, we had 14 cases, and only 3 in 2023. But we know, like many other crimes, incidents are underreported. Through education and having a dedicated unit, reviewing cases and providing specialized lens, we can reasonably expect the number of hate crimes that we investigate to rise. I also had the privilege of attending the National Forum on Combating Anti-Semitism on March 6th in Ottawa. This forum provided a platform to identify challenges and to collaboratively develop strategies. I, along with my policing peers, signed a statement of intent which reaffirms our commitment to address hate crime that target the Jewish community, as well as upholding the rights and safety of all. And just to be clear, that hate crime and discrimination has no place in our society and no place in the region of Durham. Another of the 2025 strategic budget cases supported by Regional Council was the addition of 2 more members to our Internet Child Exploitation Unit, or ICE unit, which we anticipate to be activated on July 1st. However, that work continues today. I want to highlight the importance of this unit and the impact they've had on protecting our children. On March 5th, the RCMP announced the results of Project Steel, which was a national joint force operation targeting online child exploitation offenders and prioritizing the safety of children. DRPS Acting Deputy Chief Cornier attended the event along with Detective Constable Mayhew and our electronic storage device dog, locating dog, Pixel, who you see in the photo there and stole the entire show at the news conference. At the time of the announcement, 106 individuals were arrested and 37 children were safeguarded from physical, emotional, and sexual harm and neglect right across Canada. Here in Durham Region, Project Steel saw members of our child exploitation unit execute 7 search warrants and seize more than 90 electronic devices, identifying 6 victims and safeguarding 8 other children, and resulting in 2 people being arrested and charged. While the 2-week operation, and this is all over just 2 weeks, is complete, we're still reviewing the devices, which could lead to further arrests and certainly more charges. Gender-based violence is another topic that is top of mind and concern for all of us. So far in 2025, incidents involving intimate partner violence are trending similarly to what we saw in 2024. To date, we've had 1,230 intimate partner violence incidents flagged. It's important to look at the issue beyond the 2024 numbers, as we are seeing a concerning year after year trend of increasing IPV incidents. Last year, we saw the highest number of domestic violence reports at 7,647, which is a 20% increase from 2019, and a trend that continues to grow. Last year, we also made 1,885 arrests, which is also 20% higher than 2023, and 46% increase from 2019. Durham Regional Police Human Trafficking Unit launched a proactive investigation into human trafficking in Durham Region called Project Firebird. This is an ongoing project that focuses on combating the purchase of sexual services from persons under the age of 18, as well as providing education support to victims of crime. Providing support to victims and potential victims. The project involves the use of undercover officers who pose as young persons advertising sexual services on the internet. HT investigators published an ad to create the illusion that an individual can contact the advertiser to purchase sexual services. Once the suspect reaches out, the undercover officer makes it known that they are in their early teens. So far in 2025, there has been 7 individuals arrested and 21 charges laid. One incident of note involved the individual communicating with an undercover police officer over the span of 5 months. These investigations take some time. Through the course of their communication, the individual was identified as a convicted sex offender who resides in the Ottawa area. The male arranged a meeting with what he believed to be 2 females, 14 and 15 years of age, for the purposes of purchasing sexual services. With the assistance of the Ottawa Police, the male was observed leaving his residence, and our HT officers prepared for his arrival in Durham Region. Upon arriving at the hotel, the male was observed conducting counter-surveillance techniques prior to attending the room where he was subsequently arrested. The male pled guilty prior to trial, receiving a sentence of 2.5 years in custody. As part of this initiative, individuals seeking a guilty plea are required to make a $500 donation to the Victim Services of Durham Region, in addition to serving a 90-day sentence and being placed on the sex offender registry for 10 years. To date, Victim Services has received over $7,000 in donations. The first 2 months of the year, our citizen-generated calls for service are slightly lower than the same period last year. Traditionally, our call volumes start to rise after February. I had reported last year that emergency calls for service had risen from 7,929 to, basically 1,000 more calls in 2024, and that our overall calls for service were 94,918 in 2022, but over 106,000 in 2024. Our emergency response time is similar to where we were at the end of 2024, but if we look at this time last year, our emergency response time is 26 seconds longer. Part of that can be attributed to the time on scene, which is up 15 minutes compared to the same time in 2024. This is just the reality of onboarding so many new people, just takes longer. to complete the required work, as well as the requirements now for the work that needs to be done at each call continues to increase. Next slide. Our gun stats are a cautionary tale when we compare 2025 year to date over 2024 because we had a rash of shootings in the last half of 2024. The first 2 months of 2025, four firearm discharge incidents for the first 2 months, down from 7 last year. We've had 1 person shot and injured, and we've seized 10 crime guns year to date. As I mentioned last year, what is truly concerning are the types of weapons and the rounds that are being, and the number of rounds being fired at these incidents, and more specifically, the violence around the tow truck industry, which Premier Ford addressed recently in a news conference. This is plaguing the entire GTA. As you're aware, Durham and Toronto collaborated on the development of the firearms dashboard, which then expanded to a more fulsome bail dashboard beyond just firearms. Since then, the province has funded the OPP to create a singular dashboard for all police services in the province to monitor individuals for firearms-related offenses. We currently monitor individuals for 27 different offenses, including murder, child pornography, assault, drug trafficking, human trafficking, theft of motor vehicles, as well as firearms, and so many more. I want to highlight that in the first 2 months last year, we had completed 787 bail compliance checks. So far this year, we've nearly doubled the number with more than 1,600 compliance checks completed. I will also add, as Chair Henry, this is a topic that you bring forward at these meetings and one that I raise with all levels of government and with our Crown attorneys. About 12% of all those charged with criminal offenses are under some form of release. That number jumps between 26 and 28% when it relates to firearms offenses. Perhaps now is a good time to talk about the gun amnesty, a motion that came to Regional Council that was sent to the Police Services Board, as there was an additional request for me to speak with you about this today. I certainly support the concept of people turning in unwanted guns in the context of safety, but there's a couple points that I want to raise. First, amnesty gives the false impression that someone will not be charged. Just to be clear, when a gun is turned over, we will investigate to see if it's been used in the commission of an offense, and if so, the individual could and likely will face charges. The amnesty does not change how we approach firearms being turned in. Last year, in fact, we had 126 firearms turned into our service. My second concern is how this is being framed against the rise in gun crime, giving the impression that gun amnesty will have an impact in this area. When we look at the amnesty here in April of 2018 in our region, or the Toronto police experience in April of 2019, those were significant years for both services when it came to gun crime and shootings. There is no correlation between the use of illicit guns in the commission of shootings and the turning in of guns that are, left over after somebody passes or when people just don't want to possess firearms anymore. I know our police services sent back a response regarding this issue to Regional Council, and I expect that, Chair, you'll be getting it soon if you haven't already. I'm happy to report that we have seen a 17% decrease in stolen vehicles so far this year compared to 2024. While we had 6 more vehicles stolen in January compared to 2024, we saw the number drop to 68 stolen vehicles in February compared to 97 in February of last year. And so far in March, we're at 22 stolen vehicles. We hope that the combination of enforcement and raising public awareness can be attributed to this downward trend. We continue to work with our peer partners in all levels of government to address auto theft to ensure that we have a multidimensional plan to combat organized criminal auto thefts. Like we've seen in hate crime, we do not have a dedicated auto theft unit and have had to take away resources from other areas of the service to address this issue. This is a major issue, and we have earmarked the need for a dedicated organized crime auto theft unit in next year's budget. We will be holding a media news conference very shortly to announce the results of a significant project targeting auto theft ring, and we will ensure all of you are made aware of this, of when this is taking place. This will be a significant announcement for our region. So far this year, we've seen a slight decrease in mental health related calls for service, but we have seen an increase in mental health apprehensions. Last year, we saw a 14.7 increase in mental health apprehensions. Unfortunately, we still see repeat calls for the same individuals. Of the 536 Mental Health Act apprehensions so far this year, and that is up to February 28th of this year, 10 individuals account for 60 of those apprehensions. On average, the median time spent in hospital remains about the same as last year at about an hour and a half. When you look at the 2024 numbers, the number of hours in hospital equates to about $560,000 in salary costs alone. I know that our board has supported the proposal from both Lakeridge Health and Ontario Shores to look at mental health emergency alternatives that will not only provide quick handoffs to clinical teams so that our officers can get back on the road as quickly as possible, but also provide evidence-based treatments that will deliver better outcomes and reduce repeat calls for the police or emergency care. Road safety is probably the number one topic that you all hear about, because I know it's the number one topic I hear about. So far this year, we've had 5 fatalities, the same as we saw in 2024. We have had an increase in motor vehicle collisions reported, 2,231 year to date as of February 28th, compared to just over 2,000 in 2024. We continue to work with the region's Vision Zero team to take a collaborative approach to road safety through design, education, and of course, enforcement. Last year, we saw an increase in the number of collisions involving impairment. When you look at the issue in things like seized guns, I want to draw your attention back to the time on scene and response times for calls. It's impacting the amount of proactive time, and proactive time is where we saw the greatest number of guns seized from vehicle stops and interdictions of impaired drivers. And so this has been reflected in the number of collisions that we're seeing, in the increase in number of collisions involving impairment. In 2024, the service undertook a full facilities review and needs assessment project. The result of the review directly informed the 10-year capital building project requirement contained within the 2025 budget. Last February, the service engaged ACON in performing a comprehensive space needs study of our facilities in all of our locations. The primary objective of this review was to identify current and future needs of the organization. Through data gathering, user group engagement, and leadership input, the study produced summary findings about the current state of the service's facilities and the roadmap for the future. The study concluded that our buildings are aged and many are past or at the end of their useful life, that there is no available space in any of the services facilities. Past building projects took too long to complete, were not designed for future growth, or matched the functional needs. For example, the Clarington complex design was reduced by 25% to fit into the money available, but the building's already at full capacity with no additional space for growth. We're going to have to spill over into another building. Our 10-year capital expenditure forecast is prepared annually to help inform the region with regards to the future year's budget submissions. This is not new, as we have been attaching this to every single budget submission. What has changed are the timelines, because the pressures continue to mount. This updated capital plan is an aggressive plan that addresses the deficiencies identified within the facilities study, a combined 14 capital projects, including 10 possible new builds over a short 10-year period. Our facilities form part of our ability to meet the adequate and effective policing under the Community Safety and Policing Act. We will be struggling this year to meet the requirements, just to meet the training requirements of our officers, the mandatory training beyond any enhanced training that we may want to provide. The cost is significant, and we continue to work with the region to advocate for the need to build and maintain formal capital reserves to better support the replacement of our assets. This will provide increased flexibility and minimize the burden between budget years, and therefore resulting impact to taxpayers. And with that, Chair, that concludes my remarks, and I'm open to any questions that you or council may have.
Thank you, Chief. There are a number of members of council that have questions. Mayor Foster, could you come and take the chair And first on the list is Councillor John Neal.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to thank the Chief and Vice Chair Cubitt for coming to Committee of the Whole today. I just want to ask you about the North Oshawa. I know you said that there's a lot of input that you get to come to your 10-year plan. But according to the region and their the regional plan, by 2026, Oshawa is going to be at over 200,000 people, 280, and most of it's going to be in the new area. Chief, the Columbus Part 2 plan, 24,000 new residents. The Kedron Part 2 plan, 22,000 new residents. So what are the plans for that? And just as a side, I know you have a 10-year plan. Also, Oshawa has a 10-year plan, and we're planning on doing a fire station in 2026 design. Could you combine a police station with a fire station? Because from what I heard today, we have to do new things. I heard this from the mayors. We have to do new things looking at fire suppression and probably police. That's a lot, but I was wondering if you can answer that, especially the North Oshawa part.
Yes, so I'll say this. The needs in North Oshawa are growing. There's no doubt about it. This is not a surprise to anybody, though. These developments have been earmarked for some period of time, and investments have happened, and we continue to, I continue to read reports and continue to see decisions deferred, which only puts more pressure on it. We're at a crossroads right now in terms of addressing the issues within the region. I have to say that my concern is that while we're, your question is well placed in terms of North Oshawa, the reality is that the needs exist right throughout the entire region. And when we look at things, before I can even talk about North Oshawa, to build there, I have to think about what's happening right now in the Oshawa station we have currently, where, essentially the water keeps backing up. There are issues that occur within that building that don't inhibit our ability to deliver policing services and emergency services. So it's not just spending money in one area. We're going to have to do both things simultaneously. In fact, we're going to have to do many things like you just pointed out. We're definitely going to have to be flexible in terms of what becomes available to meet the needs. But I'm not interested in repeating the mistakes of the past. I'm not interested in getting into long-term leases where we are paying for other people's property forever and it's not an asset to the region, and that and we don't get control of the space. This building is a problem for us, and we continue to see a shrinking footprint here and putting pressures on us that continue to challenge our ability to deliver services from police headquarters. And so, North Oshawa, in combining it with another building, maybe the only Oshawa building we actually have. So all of these things are being worked on right now, and we are looking at a number of different scenarios. Co-locating is one, and we're creating another campus style like we did in Clarington, where you put multiple buildings. But that in itself presents other challenges that we hadn't anticipated that we're seeing now in Clarington. So while we're moving forward with this plan, it really is highly contingent on the support of this council, on support of the region to work with us in determining the long-term forecast. But most importantly, it's and solely contingent on our police services board and who I have to report to, and who all of this is done through their ask, not the police services ask. So all this to say there's many balls in the air, but I do note, and it does appear in our plan, and I do identify that it is a need for sure.
Okay, and just to follow up with you, Mr. Chair, now the Solicitor General, what exactly does he have to do with our policing standards and the location of the facilities? Because in prior strategic plans, that's been mentioned, the Solicitor General.
So today, with the new Community Safety and Policing Act and the general applicable standard, today we have another person, and that is the Inspector General of Policing. And today here in Ontario, that's Mr. Ryan Teschner, who we are working very closely with on a number of different fronts as they are beginning their work in not only inspecting police services and measuring our ability to deliver adequate and effective police service, but also how the police services boards are doing in terms of delivering on the same promise and shared responsibilities that we have. The Solicitor General, ultimately is responsible for the delivery of public safety in this province, but the Solicitor General does that through a number of different mechanisms, including the Inspector General.
Okay, well, I just can't tell you how much it's urgently needed out in my area. And through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank the chief and the board for coming out today and sharing this plan with us going forward. And I hope we can come up with something. Could be a fire station in partnership. Something has to be done. And I appreciate everything you can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got Councillor Lee.
Good morning, Chair, and thank you very much for the time. Thank you, Chief, for coming in. My question is, firstly, I didn't see anything regarding specifically tow truck violence. So we were seeing a bit of that in Ajax. I think in Whitby saw some instances as well. I'm wondering, like just from the public point of view, it seems relatively open and shut. We seem to know the addresses that these people were shooting at. We know the cause. What is the issue in laying arrests? And I just in layman's terms, so that we can explain to the public why this keeps happening.
It keeps happening because there's money to be made through organized crime, quite honestly. And they're using a vehicle that, no pun intended, but the tow truck industry as one of those vehicles to make money. But we see this not just in the tow truck industry, we see this right across the board. But I want to be perfectly clear. There are so many very legitimate tow trucks out there that are doing great work and helping people on our roadways every single day. So it's not the entire industry. It's a very small group of people. And I'll say this, the majority of our shootings this year have been tow truck related. We do know the addresses. We do know some of the players involved, certainly the intended victims, we do know. There are, all of these incidents are investigated. They require a ton of policing resources. It's highly contingent on the cooperation of those that are actually involved in this illicit activity to come forward and provide information. These things are often done in the wee hours of the morning and are obviously endangering and increasingly so endangering innocent people who just happen to be in the nearby area. It is an absolute priority for us, and we continue to work with all of our neighboring services. This is not just a Durham police issue. This is happening right across the GTA, and our work. And I know how frustrating it is for the community to see it. How you framed your question is not inaccurate, but there's a lot more that goes into making an arrest or certainly prosecuting some of these cases.
Okay, that's fair. Appreciate the answer. As always, every time we see you, I always ask you whether your strategy towards officers on medical leave. Are we seeing more? Are we seeing reduced, less? Where are we on that aspect of the force?
We continue to work with WSIB. Obviously, this is a highly regulated area. I believe our numbers are about the same as they were last time I reported. Last year we returned, I can't remember exactly what the number was. So, 97 employees back last year. So we continue to work at the, I thought it was closer to, I thought it was over 100, but okay, 97, I'll take their word for it. But we continue to work with our members, with WSIB, with our wellness team to find some work for people to come back and reintegrate. And we've been successful. This year we have selected another reintegration officer who's helping us get members back to work, and that is their sole focus, is to work on that. So we are making progress, certainly not at the speed that I would like necessarily, or that our members would like. So, we're going to continue to dedicate resources until we can get this right and get as many people back to work as is possible.
No, that's great. That's great progress. So thanks for sharing that. Last time you presented, it was during budget time. You mentioned that one of your focuses or highlights that was especially interesting to me was a mentorship program. So I'm wondering, since we introduced that, how's it going? Do we have a lot of people on the uptick for that? What's the successes so far?
Yes, in fact, and we're really utilizing our internal support networks. So we have our African, Caribbean, Canadian internal support network, and we also have our women's internal support network. Both are working internally and externally to help mentor potential and future recruits, and to support the members that we have in here to see them be successful in future promotional processes, so that we can start being more reflective at every single rank. Internally, we have a personal development program that focuses on some very key areas: effective communication, organizational and cultural change, interviewing skills, writing resumes, and job promotion evaluations. All of these are areas in which more senior people are partnering with more junior officers within these groups and helping them work through so that they can build their competencies in all of these areas. We're also reviewing our competencies just generally at every single rank, and beginning to reward those skills that we believe more closely reflect what the future leadership of this organization needs to be reflecting. Externally, we're also working with a number of different groups to promote the Durham Regional Police Service as a police service of choice. If you're going to think about joining law enforcement, we want this to be your first and last stop.
Absolutely. So we do have some good news, I guess bittersweet. Our own Inspector Carter of West Division, I think he's leaving us for the next 3 months. I think he's going to Quantico, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you could tell us just a bit about that program that he's enrolled in, because I think it's a great news story that DRPS could be sharing.
I'm going to turn it over to the guy who actually went on it right here, Deputy Kirkpatrick.
Good morning. Thank you for the question. The FBI National Academy is the premier law enforcement leadership training course in North America. Only 1% of law enforcement in the world are specifically invited to attend. It's a 10-week program that allows law enforcement officers from around the world to come together on a combined leadership course, and to really build those networks both at home and abroad, to really look at the issues that are facing policing today, and for them to grow in their own roles. And we look forward to Inspector Carter's continued success as he returns. Yeah, so also just to point out, the FBI National Academy Associates has a combined leadership program that is put out and able to attend for frontline and second line leadership. So in our case, that would be our sergeants and our staff sergeants. We were the first police service to host that internationally this year, with putting 50 members of our staff, including civilian staff, through that for mentoring in leadership. We also worked with the Ontario Women in Law Enforcement to assist smaller services within the eastern region of Ontario to provide seats for women at the supervisory level, at sergeant, staff sergeant, to be able to attend free of charge. So that is something we're also going to be continuing. But these suites of leadership training is just one part of what we're doing to modernize leadership, mentorship, and succession planning within the DRPS. Thank you. Thanks, Chief.
As far as the program goes, how many DRPS officers have qualified for that program?
From beginning in 1994, we've had approximately 10 or 12 people put through. Just to advise council, only one member is representing Canada on each course. Sometimes they don't. It all depends on the status of the officer that's going. So it's a highly selective program. And I'm happy to say that Inspector Carter met that bar and as you know, will be attending.
Perfect. Well, on behalf of Ajax Pickering, we'd hate to lose him for 10 weeks, but obviously it's absolutely, it speaks very well to everything DRPS is doing and everything West Division is doing. So we're incredibly proud of him. Chair, those are all my questions. Thank you to the Chief, and thank you, Chair, for the questions.
Thank you, Councillor. We've got Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Chair. And through you to the Chief. It's always a pleasure, Chief. Good morning.
Morning.
I only have one question. You were mentioning about sex offenders and how once they have I believe you said a 90-day
custodial sentence.
They're on a registry for 10 years.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, is it possible for you to say what the repercussions or impacts are on that individual and on the community as to what the relative benefits of that 10-year registry are?
The conditions is that we they can regularly have to report to us. We can go to their home and confirm addresses. They need to let us know when they change their phone number, they change their address. In some cases, when they enter into relationships, they have to let us know so that we can make sure that if the person that they're becoming involved with have children or people that fit within that category that they offended with. We certainly do that work, but you raise a very important point. And so outside of bail compliance, our sex offender registry is a whole other unit that we have that we have to spend a great deal of resources to make sure that we're monitoring these offenders that are in our community. And there's a significant number of people on the registry. And even the case I provided for you, the example where this offender is from Ottawa, Ottawa would assume that responsibility, but Ottawa has plenty of offenders that live in Durham region, and so we would assume theirs. So it's not a one-for-one equation. We could potentially have more people living in our region who are on the registry than people we've charged. It's not only our people we charge. And the same is true with the bail dashboard. Many of the offenders, because we're sharing information now. In fact, the bail dashboard is something that we co-created with the Toronto Police. It was picked up by the Premier, was just so impressed with it, that is now going to roll out across the entire province. And we were the flagship of that along with the Toronto Police Service. And so services are now feeding information into there. And so crime has no borders. So we're spending a great deal of time not only following up on our people out on bail who live within our region or frequent our region, and also those that are on the sex offender registry.
Thank you. I'm sure that response for anybody listening would be very reassuring to those who have those kind of concerns. Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got Councillor Wu next.
And through the acting chair, thank you. And Chief and Board Chair, Vice Chair Gary Cubitt, thank you. One of the topics you spoke about or you pointed out was public safety. And I sort of want to frame this. And having grown up in this community all my life in a small village, and I often say 70 is the new 50. But back growing up, we looked at, those, Detroit was Murder City. Toronto was the good. Though if something did happen, we always point at that just happens, that's in the city. But that has changed, and I'm just pulling up something that just was recently reported, and it was by the independent think tank Fraser Institute. And one of the things that they say, Toronto was known as a low crime city compared to locales similar or greater population. But, and this is the but, the 416 is way ahead of New York City, Detroit, Los Angeles in one specific category, criminal activity. So they look at, and we just talked about burglary, theft, motor vehicle thefts, carjackings. And now I should say that's Toronto per population property crime
Councillor,
rate.
we are looking for a question at
Yes.
some point.
And that is coming up. Just funny you say that. But I had that preamble. So when we're looking at Toronto, and you're very familiar with Toronto, but crime knows no boundaries. So when we're looking at this statistic here, are we seeing that in some ways, even though you did some reports, but it is coming and it is here?
It's not coming, it's here. And it's only going to arrive in greater numbers. I have, since I've arrived here, Durham Regional Police Service, I've reported to this council now and spoken to many of you about things like the crime severity index and our clearance rates. And I say we're either number 1 or number 2 in the province in terms of how many cases we're clearing. And we may very well be that this year. But make no mistake about it, we're all solving fewer crimes because they require more and more resources that no police service has. We've just gone through an era of austerity. It's really, really hard to attract people to this profession. And without the resources to prevent these things from happening or to investigate it in a timely manner, or just to keep up with technology, the changing nature of harm today is so much different than it ever was before. You know, stolen cars right now are not a master key anymore. It is literally a handheld device, and you can get into a car, and you're going to hear about that at our upcoming news conference. But it is all of those things and the skills that we need in order to maintain that have contributed to this problem. And so, you know, I have warned that we shouldn't be celebrating being number 2 when everybody else has gone down. We're just going down slower. Eventually this catches up if we're not investing resources. And we have an opportunity, unlike many of the jurisdictions in this province here that we compare ourselves to. Our growth is still in front of us. Many of these places have already had this growth. We can actually have an impact on what that growth looks like and what the impacts are to our community. And so I again raise that, and I appreciate the opportunity to discuss that.
Okay, thank you. And one of the slides, human trafficking, and human trafficking hurts everyone. There's Stop HT, and the one thing that provides non-judgmental support for survivors. And this past Monday, I had the opportunity of attending the Monday Night Project, and it's just not police services, but other agencies. And can you maybe speak about that?
Yeah, it goes back to partnerships, and we have some very dedicated partnerships, you know, really anchored by Victim Services of Durham Region, who deserves a ton of credit. This program works with people, predominantly young women who are involved in trafficking, to support them. This isn't a one and done. It's not like a police officer goes into a hotel room and saves somebody and they think, oh, thank God the police are here. Many don't see themselves as victims, or that's their boyfriend. So we have to work very, very closely and often at over an extended period of time in order to gain that confidence and trust. The Monday Night program is those small little deposits in that trust bank, and eventually that they come forward. Or, you know, another success is not just the arrest. But if we can get them out of that situation and back home or into some program and some treatment, that's also a success for us. And so it is, you know, not a question of who leads, but who leads when. And because we have that pointy end of the stick in terms of enforcement, we often identify them and we try to encourage them to go to that Monday Night program. It's a program that's been recognized. In fact, our officer, Sergeant Richardson, who started the program, recently won an award at the Ontario Women in Law Enforcement for her work on that program.
Okay, thank you. My last question, and again, I did mention that I did attend the Monday Night Project. I have had a ride along. I've attended a festive ride. In fact, we had the opportunity to tour facilities. Is that open to all members of council?
Yeah, just contact your local inspector and let them know that you're interested in learning more, and we will give you a guided tour of it. I think a properly informed regional council is absolutely imperative when we're making these decisions that have huge price tags attached to it. I think you need to understand exactly what the business is and what the value is to our community. It goes well beyond just charging people in many cases. And on that, since you raised it, you know, one of the things that I intend to do as well is, you know, I've been speaking a lot about facilities. I'm going to invite every single person here. Obviously, we can't have too many, or it forms a meeting. But I would like to invite you to tour some of the facilities and some of the things I've been talking about, because that's the next big thing on our agenda. And I invite all of you to learn a little bit more and see for yourself what is actually happening within our facilities. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The next I've got is Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief, for being here. It's always a pleasure to see you. You touched on the hate crime unit. You currently have one member, and that's going to be increased to 3, I believe. Is there any special training they have to go through for that?
Yes, and in fact, we're inviting in a number of experts that work with other police services to make sure that as our unit, you know, is taking shape and hold, that we have the very best practices, industry-leading practices. And it was actually at the National Forum in Ottawa that I recently attended that I got to meet the national director of that program, introduced to me by the Assistant Commissioner of the RCMP, who I know. And we're setting up meetings with them to make sure that our staff have not only the latest training, but the latest best practices so that we're handling these things and meeting the expectations of our community.
Okay, so hate crime, as I see the stats you sent out last year, is on the increase. I believe
It's being reported more. I think it's always existed. I think discrimination and racism have always existed, and I think that people feel more comfortable reporting it. I think it contributes to the number, but I also think social media is increasing the number of people out there who hold very ignorant beliefs that impact the livability of our communities, and I take that very, very seriously.
Thank you. So that leads me to the question, because I've been asked that by members of various communities. If that's the case, why they haven't seen many arrests being made? Could you explain the difficulty?
First, you know, the cowardly acts that are created, whether it's a swastika in a soccer field, as we've seen, or other types of graffiti that have happened. These things are often done in the cover of night, in areas that don't have surveillance video, and we do require, like any criminal offense, we have to prove the substantive charge first. When it relates to social media, many of these servers that these videos are housed in are in the United States and require us to get warrants that take a very long time to get. And there's no guarantee that the server, that the people who run those servers will even provide it, because we don't have jurisdiction within the US. So there's a lot of different factors that impact our ability to prosecute hate crime. The other thing I think worth noting is there's a whole category of hate crime that requires the solicitor or the attorney general's permission to lay a charge. So we have to collect that evidence, and we have to go to an attorney general, and we may feel that we have reasonable grounds to believe, but the attorney general may feel differently about prosecuting it.
Okay, one final question through the chair. So on my way in and listening to the radio, I understand there's exponentially increase in property crimes. And they were attributing that to socio-economic factors, mental health. And would you agree that until those problems are addressed, we will continue to see increases?
I didn't, I'm not sure which study you're referring to.
I just heard it on the radio on the way in.
No, I appreciate that, and I take everything you're saying at face value. I'd love the opportunity to learn a little bit more about what information was before you, but I do think that you know, those are certainly contributing factors to crime and disorder. I will agree with that.
Okay, so I know it's difficult. So thank you and all your officers for all the work you do, and especially we had the fire that the mayor alluded to. The police were there and all our emergency services. So I just want to extend my thanks to them and our gratitude. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. We've got Councillor Chapman and Mayor Watton, if you would.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief, so first off, I noticed you got another ribbon on your chest there, so I want to congratulate you on getting the King Charles III Coronation Medal.
Thank you
A
very
lot of
much.
people, see, I still
Appreciate
have my observation skills. right?
Yes. I
So-
got that in Bowmanville, actually.
So I noticed, I was reading the other day there that since we've had this sovereignty issue with the United States, that the Canadian Forces, for the first time in a number of years, have met their goals in recruiting. How's ours going?
There are challenges. We are this year, because of the resources and some of the work that we've been doing in the areas in which we're working with our communities, we have seen a very steady number of applicants arriving here at our doors, which is really, really good. We increasingly seem to be a destination of choice for experienced officers, which means we can be very selective, and we are being very, very picky.
That was my second question, was
Yeah.
the number of experienced officers, yes.
And we're working with many of our diverse groups to make sure that when we are hiring, that it's not only the best candidates, but wherever possible, that it's increasing in reflecting the community in which we serve.
So how many classes go through the Ontario Police College, and how many vacancies do we get per class?
So there are now 5 intakes. It was 3, then it was 4, now it's 5. Is it still 5 for this year? 4. Oh, sorry, they've gone back to 4. Last year it was 5. And we've been bullies there a little bit, and elbowed our way to get about 26 seats in every single class moving forward. Sometimes we're going to get 24, and the next one we maybe get 1 or 2 more. But on average, I think that that's what we're going to see, particularly as we've laid out our plan for our growth here in the region. I'm happy to say OPC is seeing it our way as it stands today. But when Peel Region has their big classes of several hundred in Toronto as well, it's going to put more and more pressure on our ability to do it. That's why I want to get it done as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and I see you just started a class, because I know somebody that's...
Yes.
So leadership, it's great that Inspector Carter, because he's a good man, is going on the yellow brick course.
Yes.
A lot of people wouldn't know what the yellow brick course is, but that you get a yellow foam brick when you graduate from the FBI Academy course, right? I'm sure the deputy probably has one in his office.
He throws it at me every day.
My question is, does the OACP still run the leadership program through the Rotman?
Yes. In fact, that course, I sit on the executive end of the OACP, and that course is being completely revamped, and there is a new, I'm going to call it updated, modernized version of that course that will be starting very shortly, as well as the OACP has worked on a provincial-wide leadership training program where different courses are available at different times throughout the province, and so we're going to be utilizing that as well. But no one is your and one of the things that we really tell all of our senior staff is that no one is responsible for your career except for you. And so seek out these opportunities, stay educated, stay informed, stay plugged in. And when you think that there's a course of a particular area of policing that you need to improve in, then ask us, and we rarely say no.
Having been a graduate of that, I found it good because the limited number of candidates that get to go on the FBI, we could have a lot more candidates going there. Do we still have leadership programs that we send officers to at the Canadian Police College? I know at one time our chief of the day, within 12 months of being promoted to staff sergeant, for example, you had to go on the SPAC course up in Ottawa.
I was just confirming. So that course is now going through another iteration, and so like most leadership training courses, it's being completely overhauled, and a new course will, if not available this year, will be available.
Okay, because it's senior police administration course for the rest of council, and I found that was good too, because you were with officers from all across Canada.
Yeah,
right, which
exactly.
is also good to look at the policing across Canada. In your 10-year capital forecast, I noticed there you had a North Division and a Northeast Division. So can you explain the difference between North Division, is North Division Port Perry, where we have the one in Port Perry, and Northeast, is that North Oshawa, or how are you referencing?
Well, it all depends on where we get to build, right? And where the
Yeah.
land is. The North Division is not in the right location. There's a number of
Oh,
different.
I've said that for many years.
Yeah, there's a number of different issues with it. And North Division is exactly 15 Division
Right.
right now. And the Northeast is that placeholder for whatever happens in North Oshawa, how it's growing. If it is co-located with something else and we deliver some services there, make no mistake about it. We need to have a presence in downtown Oshawa. We need to have a presence there. But what services we deliver there might look different than the services we deliver in the rest of Oshawa. The reality is today that the officers from Oshawa only police about 26 or 29% of Oshawa. The rest is policed by Whitby and Clarington.
Right.
And so this is what we need to correct. And as that growth comes online, so too do we need to look at that. It may involve having, you know, a smaller footprint in the downtown core and a larger footprint north, or vice versa. But we're going to have to deliver some services right in Oshawa from multiple locations.
And talking about facility partnerships, hopefully you're aware of the 10-year strategy for our paramedics. Somewhere in that plan later on is a paramedic station in Oshawa, somewhere
Yes.
around Simcoe in the 407. So something to keep in mind. I'm sure you're looking at that as well, because that's a partnership, one regional piece of land with two regional services.
Chief Cheeseborough and I speak regularly about our needs, and wherever we have some alignment, we're going to explore that for sure.
So lastly, I look forward to seeing you and all your command team in their Speedos on Saturday at the Polar Plunge.
You're going to be disappointed.
Councillor Chapman, do you have a motion that you want to make? You're just curious. Thank you. Next up is Mayor Schumer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Chief, for coming out again. I've got a couple of questions I think that haven't been asked, and forgive me if I missed something you might have spoken to during your presentation. I had to get out of the meeting a couple of times, but just following up, I guess, with Councillor Chapman's, I think it was his last, well, not his last question, but his second last question. The capital program. So I just want to make sure, because I know, you know, police services had issues sharing facilities and what have you, and you don't want to repeat the problems of the past. But I just want to make sure that if a regional department is looking at property, you know, whether it's works, transit, whoever, is there conversations that are going on about the possibility of, you know, I'm not saying you go into another, you know, you share a building, but is there discussions going on about the effective use or the effective purchase of property or acquisition of property that the police services might be able to share? And I'm, once again, not necessarily buildings. I mean, you know, we can have more than one building on a piece of property, but are there conversations that are going on historically that you know?
So I'm going to look at my CAO here, who's our point person on those conversations. But I will say that the region routinely lets us know about land that becomes available throughout the region. We have some ad hoc conversations about buildings. I have been on tours with many of the other departments within the region to tour facilities that might become available, and I have every single time I've been asked, I've taken them up on that to go explore whether or not that would meet our needs, and so those conversations do happen, but it's the sheer size of what we need, the footprint that we need, that is often an obstacle to those conversations. But whether it's paramedic services, fire services, I will entertain those because our needs sometimes are very similar. Things like, you know, gas, for instance, right? Having one set of pumps for gas makes more sense than three separate ones. So there's a number of economies of scale when it comes to that. The other thing that we have to consider is sort of the disaster side of things, and that is you don't want too many services located in one area because you could wipe it out with one event. And whether it's, you know, I'm going to use terrorism as one thing, but a natural disaster, for instance, could also wipe out our ability to deliver services. And this becomes more acute the less co-locate or the less services available in a geographical area. So, you know, in the north, would it make much sense to have all of our emergency services on one piece of property? Maybe not, because we may have to be delivering emergency services out of another building close by. And so if you have them all in one area, we're all experiencing the same problem. So there's lots to consider in that.
No, and that's a fair point, but we've got more than just emergency services, right?
Yeah.
We've got transit, we've got works, and you know, footprint of the property is just a matter of what it is, right? I mean, if we're going to purchase or expropriate or do whatever, it just seems to make sense to make sure we're possibly covering all our bases for all our departments and police services. You know, it gets a little frustrating to hear, oh, yeah, we built this, and wouldn't it have been great if we put that in with it? And it just doesn't happen with police services. It doesn't happen with the region, right? It's a problem that often happens across the board in many municipalities, and it's an issue of long-term planning, really. My other question had to do with your slide where you had some stats. I think it's slide 12 out of 15. You indicated for year to date so far 2025, so that's 2 months, 829 hours spent on mental health hospital wait times. So I guess my first question, and forgive me if I missed this during the presentation, how does that compare to last year for the same period?
We're spending about the same amount of time right now.
Okay, because I mean that works out to what, about 14 hours a day for a 2-month period, and I know your staff can't do much about it. They've got to be there. So you know, again, this falls into a provincial issue here, where it is costing our municipal police service time and money. I don't want to say sitting around, but obviously, you know, waiting at a hospital because the investments are not being made by a higher level of government in making sure that comes to an end. So I guess I'm happy that it's not more, but I'm not exactly pleased that you know, it's not less. Or I guess I'm not, you know, upset that it's not less. I guess, and sorry, I guess I got a third question, and it goes to, you know, we're often hearing, we heard it from you today, we hear it from the chair all the time. It's in the news, you know, about people being released on bail, or, you know, however they get released. Is this, you know, what conversations are going on? Because some of this has got to be around capacity at the province's jails. I mean, if all these stories we heard about these people being released on bail, if they were not released on bail, that's a lot of people going into the system. Do you have you know, what is the status so far that you know of as far as capacity and what's being done about it?
That's a great question. You know, I know enough not to answer a question that I don't have all the details for. So I won't, I'll leave capacity aside. I will talk about some of the resource challenges that of our Crown attorneys as well to run bail hearings, the availability of justices to hear them, those hearings. All of this is contributing. Bill C-75 at the federal level dramatically changed the landscape as it relates to bail in this country, and my opinion is that it's made Canada and Canadians less safe, and we're seeing this reflected right across the entire region, right across the entire country. I'm not the only police chief speaking about this. Commissioner Karik of the OPP very passionately and in his unique, articulate way, spoke at length about this when one of his officers was murdered by somebody out on bail and was wanted for another offense. All of these areas are contributing to one another, and the answer is not to not lay these charges. The fact is that the administration of justice charges, those of fail to complies, for instance, are often the very first ones that are pled away, and so as somebody once said to me, when the justice system doesn't take it seriously, why should the people out on bail? And this is of great concern to me. There's a number of different factors. And then, I think it dovetails into where you were talking about the resources. I don't know what the resources at the jails are. In Lindsay here, which is our primary facility, but I know it's stretched in the GTA.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate you can't speak to things you don't know about. I just wondered, if you hear any rumblings. But, a note to staff that perhaps at a next roundtable with MPs and MPPs, this could be on the table, that, all these issues that I was just asking questions about are costing us municipal property tax payers. They're costing us dollars. They're costing our manpower. And it's, so much of it is provincial responsibilities. And I know they're not going to, accept any responsibility for it. And they're certainly probably not going to do too much to commit dollars to capacity or other issues. But I think it's something that should be on the table. Thank you very much again, Chief, and thanks to all your staff.
Thank you, Mayor Schumer. I've got Mayor Carter up next, and we are asking questions of the delegate. Mayor Carter.
First of all, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Sorry. To the Chief. Chief, you highlighted our offender management program and how well that's working and the work that's being done there. So first and foremost, congratulations. This goes to my question, and I heard you answer a question for Councillor Kerr in regards to individuals that are high-risk individuals in our community that have been identified as, I guess, sex offenders. And there's extraordinary steps that are taken, not only in regards to holding these individuals accountable, but also on the other side as if they are in our community, there's a notification. My question to you is that why is it that we don't do the same for people that are selling fentanyl and poisonous drugs on our streets, and they're back on our streets? Is there legislation that doesn't allow us to do that? And if there is legislation that doesn't allow us to do that, because in my opinion, these individuals are very dangerous individuals in our community, what do we need to do as a regional council to be able to advocate for the change in legislation if that is the case? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have an echo. Thank you, Mayor Carter. So the short answer is yes, there are rules governing what information can be released. The Community Safety and Policing Act permits the Chief of Police to release information for somebody that is deemed to be an acute risk to the community. And there's a series of considerations in that. It's interesting that you talk about those dealing fentanyl. They certainly do pose a risk to our community, and so do murderers and everybody else who seems to be getting bailed these days. I think that list could be never ending. We try our very best to release information when there is an acute public safety risk, or just to notify the public, and increasingly we're doing that through our social media channels. So I think that the message is getting out there with a greater frequency, but I'd have to review each case on its own merits and compare it against the legislation that exists. And of course, Mayor Carter, you know that our board also has a board policy with regards to the release of information that is in line with the Community Safety and Policing Act.
So Mayor Carter, if you've got follow-up questions, you'll need to push. There we are. Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did mute myself because I understand that there was feedback. Chief, I really do appreciate it, and I understand the restrictions and the amount that you have to take under consideration in our community to make those decisions. Is there anything you need this body to do to help you assist, especially, and I speak again on the opiate and fentanyl issue. I know that we're looking at serious charges of individuals that are seen to be selling fentanyl, and they're charged accordingly. But is there anything this body needs to do to be able to help you in regards to the efforts of making sure our community is aware of these dangerous individuals in our community? And if not, I accept it, and I respect your position and your officer's position. I just, as you can imagine, I am at wit's end about the amount of deaths that we continue to occur that is associated with this poison.
I share in your concern about that. Absolutely. I will say this, and one of the things that we are trying to do is we're trying to tag all of our elected officials in the posts that we're putting out that reflect and are associated to the communities in which you serve. And we always tag Durham Region. So if you're following them and you see our message about a significant arrest that has happened, please echo that. That's a great way through your sphere of influence to get that message out. And we're also working as well right now. We had a meeting as recent as yesterday to drill down into our open data portal, in which we're hoping to share more of this information in a completely open format with our community. A properly informed community will never hurt us. I think that is a good starting point.
And again, Mayor Carter, if you push the request to speak, you also have the option, if you look, I believe it's just to the right, to mute so we don't get the feedback. But the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Chief, just to wrap up my comments, I stated this at the police board meeting, but again, as the significant arrests that you've made in Oshawa in regards to trafficking of opiates and fentanyl, especially in the last 7 days, your teams have done an extraordinary job, and we're grateful for that. Understand, Chief, you have a partner, not only with the city of Oshawa, but every municipality you serve, and we are proud of the service that your men and women bring our communities each and every day. This legislative body wants to be a part of the solution and wants to support your efforts and your officers' efforts of facing the biggest challenge that I think that we've ever faced. So thank you, Chief, for your comments. I greatly appreciate it. Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to join you this morning.
Thank you.
Mayor Carter, thank you ever so much. We've got Councillor Leahy up next.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you. Always a pleasure to have you here, Chief, and I appreciate all the work that you and your team do. Just several questions around your presentation piece on the gun amnesty piece. First question, like the City of Toronto has held several gun amnesties over the past 25 years and collected close to 10,000 firearms from homes and businesses. They collected 1,900 guns in the year 2000, 3,000 guns in 2019, and 5,000 guns in the years in between using 3 or 4 gun buyback programs. Would you not consider that a success?
Sir, I think people turning in unwanted guns is a success. There's no doubt about it. But I was in Toronto for the majority of those dates that you mentioned, and I can tell you it did zero to combat the escalating crime that is happening with illicit guns. This is, those gun buyback programs and such. They focus on lawfully registered handguns. There's no amnesty if you have an illegal firearm and it's been used in a crime. Like, we will investigate that. I just want to be clear that, that correlation there can't be made, that it's going to reduce gun crime. Gun owners, in my experience, have traditionally been very, very responsible, and they are under a tremendous number of regulations and rules that they have to follow. And when these programs are available, they do turn it in. Last year, we had 124 guns in our region. And I think when you adjust for population, I'd love to have Vidal here, because he would work out these numbers in his head. But what that number reflects, and those are guns that are not illicit guns that are being turned in because somebody somebody died and the executor finds these guns or the family finds these guns and wants a mechanism. So it is happening with a frequency more than you might think it does. And I think that this is a huge opportunity for our community safety and well-being team at the region to create an awareness campaign to make people aware of just how to do it. The fact is that this is a service that we already deliver today, but the motion that was brought forward really lit a fire in terms of the education piece, and for that I think it was a good idea.
No, and I appreciate that. Are you saying that more guns in the street would make the community safer? I'm just trying to understand what you just said.
No, that's not what I said at all, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Because you said it had no impact taking 10,000 guns off the street.
Sir, those guns weren't being used to commit crimes. Like the reality, no one's going to turn an illicit gun in. Like that's not how it works. The fact remains the fact remains that the guns that exist out there, the so-called 10,000 guns that you're talking about, existed within a community that was also experiencing unprecedented levels of gun violence. And so, notwithstanding the fact that guns are being turned in, today we're seeing, assault style weapons. Most of them, if not all of them, are illicit guns. I worked in the Toronto Police Homicide Squad for almost 10 years. I never investigated a murder that involved a lawfully registered handgun, which would be the kind of gun that would be turned in. So it's not a question of fewer guns on the street would it make it safer. I think that we have extremely responsible gun owners in this country who follow all of the rules and laws that exist around gun ownership, all the regulations, and there are countless. The number one thing that I worry about is that the gun thefts, but it goes back to storage for sure. And when people feel that they can't live up to all the regulations, we have an avenue by which they can turn those guns over to us. And they did 124 times last year.
No, and that's good. And to your point, if we get more guns, even lawful owner guns or inherited guns, out of people's homes that don't know how to store them so that they're not stolen, I think that's a positive. When you spoke about when you're in the city of Toronto, when the amnesty was held then, like how many people falsely believed that they were handing in a firearm and were immune from prosecution? Was that a common thing?
Well, people usually had a story behind how they came into possession of the firearm.
Okay, fair enough. I'm trying to better understand the logic of why a gun amnesty is a bad thing, though. Like, what's wrong with getting someone that maybe not be the smartest person out there to hand in their firearm and you being able to test the gun and tie it to a name and address and tie it to a criminal act?
So I never said it was good or bad. I'm just
Okay.
simply saying the way the motion was written, sir, suggested certain things that I'm not sure correlate to what a gun amnesty is. At the end of the day, people are turning in guns 124 times last year, like I said. And I think this is about getting that word out. We have a well-established program that exists. If we want to term it an amnesty or whatever the case is, I think that's something that I'm not sure what the value necessarily would be for that, because it's already happening today. This is an education piece, in my opinion. And the other thing too is we have to be very careful that responsible gun owners are exactly that, being responsible with firearms. And when they're not, and when they feel that they're not in that position, one of the avenues available to them is to turn it back into us for destruction.
No, I appreciate that. If someone tells me today that they have an unwanted firearm and they want to hand it in, can you please explain the step-by-step process of how they would do that without getting prosecuted for possession, or without getting prosecuted for without being in possession of license or proper storage?
They would simply call our communications on the non-emergency line, tell our dispatcher that they have a firearm that they've come into possession of that they don't want, that they don't possess the licenses for. there'd be some questions related to how they came in possession. Things like, you know, grandpa died and we found you know, a 22 rifle or something, which is a very frequent call, and the officers would make arrangements to go there, seize the firearm. What we don't want is people walking in our police station with firearms. Please don't do that. That's a very bad day for everyone. You know, you can call our stations, you can call our communications non-emergency line, and you'll be walked through exactly what the process that we would like you to follow, given what it is. But there's always questions that come with it. 124 times, no one faced any charges as a result of turning in that gun. We're very reasonable people, rooted in logic, and we're not looking to criminalize people turning over guns. But you know, when you don't really have a lot of information, we do test those guns.
No, that's really good to hear. Given that the RCMP says that about 80% of all gun deaths are by suicide, why wouldn't you use the amnesty to reduce the number of firearms in our community? Wouldn't that be a positive?
Sorry, that out of all suicides, 80% are with a firearm? Is that
No, that 80% of all gun deaths are by suicide. So why wouldn't we want to use an amnesty to reduce the number of firearms in our community and use that as a tool to withdraw, even if any unwanted firearms, through an education process, just like you were saying?
Again, I'm not sure you can correlate one with the other. The availability of the mechanism of death when somebody chooses to take their own life goes well beyond whether or not there's an amnesty that exists. I think that those are people who are in very dark times, who require help, not criminal charges. And I'm not sure that in that thought process they're going to think about turning in that firearm, except to say that if they were in that position and they just didn't want the firearm, or a family member feels that they shouldn't have the firearm, there are clear steps that they can take to contact us, and we will walk them through exactly how to get that gun into our possession and safely removed. We routinely do, I can't remember the section of the criminal code. It used to be a section 100. It's probably changed now, but a public safety warrant to seize firearms when there are incidents. We do it routinely on intimate partner violence cases, for instance. We routinely seize guns until the end of the court process, and sometimes there's a forfeiture order that's given by the judge that property just becomes our property for destruction. So there are a number of different checks and balances that do exist.
Okay, no, and I appreciate that. So just going through my notes from the slide presentation, like I believe you said that the gun crime rose in the years after an amnesty was in Toronto, and then are you saying that there's a correlation between fewer guns and an increase in gun crime? Wouldn't there be other factors that contribute, like new criminal gangs emerging from different parts of Canada overseas, and other external factors? Couldn't those contribute as well?
So, Councillor, I think the chief already suggested that he was not stating that a reduction of guns through an amnesty or taking guns off the street was not going to help with crime. Is that not a repeat of a question that you asked several minutes ago?
Fair enough. Sure, that's fine. I just scribbled my notes, right? So that's fine. I can go to my next question. Just the last three-part question, if I can.
The floor is yours, sir.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor Foster. Chief, do you believe that not all gun violence is gun crime? Like, again, as I stated earlier, are you aware of the RCMP studies that estimate that 80% of all gun deaths are suicides? And wouldn't a reduction in access to firearms reduce the number of suicide by firearms? The example of people inheriting guns, people just having extra guns in their homes, but not knowing that there's a way, because we haven't really advertised a lot, that there's an opportunity to get rid of them. Is that not a benefit and a positive to the community?
So again, Councillor Leahy, I'm going to step in. I think the chief very clearly indicated that if this motion had done anything, it was bring forward the need for communication, that yesterday, today, and tomorrow, if people want to turn their firearms over, they can. And I think you asked the chief, and the chief indicated exactly what they needed to, what steps they would take to do so.
Okay, fair enough. Just going through all my notes. And then, can I paraphrase what you said earlier? So you're guaranteeing to anybody watching our council meeting that if they call your office today to hand in an unwanted firearm, it's impossible for them to get charged?
I've never.
Hang on, Chief, I'll do that because you've answered Councillor Leahy again, and the Chief has articulated this very clearly and did so earlier, that amnesty or not, a firearm will be tested. If that firearm were tested, found to be used in the commission of a crime, that yes, charges would be laid. And I'm not the chief. I have the same knowledge on this and the same information that all members of council have, and that message has been articulated very clearly. Chief, did I get that wrong?
Nope, you're very succinct. Yes.
Perfect. Last question is, so do we have a sense of the DRPS communication plan or education plan to get this policy out to members of the public, and do you know when that's going to launch?
Well, this is work that I believe our community safety and wellbeing team is going to be tasked with doing. There's under the Community Safety and Policing Act, there's a requirement that we have a community safety plan. We have a whole committee. There's a partnership with the region and a number of different departments that work into it. And this fits, I think, squarely in that crime prevention area and important work that we can do that is well beyond just the sphere of influence the police has, but for all of regional services, so everybody is well informed. I think it's that important.
Okay, no, and I really appreciate the raising awareness. I'm grateful of council's support for the motion. I'm grateful for your support and your team to move this forward, because I really do think there's a net benefit for the community, and I look forward to that. And I thank you for your time today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up is Councillor Brenner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the Chief, I know you touched on responding to the question regarding hate crimes. Can you expand a little bit further on the presence of the ultra-far-right groups that seem to be infiltrating across the region?
So there are a number of investigations that are going on, so I'm trying to thread a needle here. But extremes on any, right across the political spectrum, if you will, is problematic. And we see this against groups that quite honestly are intent on criminal activity, but are using under the guise of, far right, far left, whatever it is. Social media continues to fuel this environment that we find ourselves in, and these are often complex crimes that require not just investigators, but specialized investigation techniques, including the examination of electronic devices and websites and dark web and such. So without giving away too much, I will say that there's criminal activity that is masked under both ends of the political spectrum, but I think it has very little to do with politics and more to do with just criminal intent and hate.
And that takes me to the next question, which pertains more to the community side of it in terms of what community can do. I know for some time the force has been looking at a rebranding of a new rollout of a replacement for the Neighborhood Watch programs across the region. Are you able to talk a little bit more about where you're at with that and what your expectations are in terms of beginning to do that? Many of and I can only speak for in Pickering, many of our Neighborhood Watch groups, we have signs that are now coming down as groups are disbanding. And I know that they're anxiously waiting to find out where the force is heading with the new, 2025 model of Neighborhood Watch.
So on that particular question that you asked about Neighborhood Watch, I don't have an update for you, but I will say this. Part of our goals here are to deliver more community-centric policing out of our police stations. This involved a complete reorganization of the services that we deliver. And one of those areas that we invested through this budget, and again, I thank Regional Council for the budget last year, has helped us make those small but incremental investments in our community response unit that is changing their mandate to be more of those long-term problem solvers. And one of the important tasks that they're tasked with is mobilizing entire communities. And so through those conversations and through understanding what the needs of particular communities are, we're going to enhance a number of different programs, and that is one of them. But, you know, the concept of crawl, walk, run, we're very much at that taking our first steps kind of spot. And we're going to pick up momentum, and we're going to be looking at all of those programs and services. Today, the reality is that, you know, an electronic neighborhood watch may be the answer. I don't know. I'm going to let the experts in this, and I'm going to co-develop these strategies with the community. And this is the other important work that our community safety and well-being team, the regional team, you know, will eventually be tasked. But I can't support anything if we don't have the resources to do it, and we're making small but important investments in those areas to deliver on that very expectation that you and the community have.
Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you very much.
Councillor, thank you very much. The next up is Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy anniversary.
Yeah, thanks.
It's been 2 years, right?
24th.
So my
Almost
question
there.
is, are you happy with your decision?
I should have done this years ago.
I did want to say that we're very proud of Inspector Carter. He has built a team that allows him to be able to be gone for a certain amount of time, and we're really happy with his leadership and look forward to his return.
So happy to hear that. Thanks.
All right. Did you know how proud we are of the? Thank you. So that exhausts the. That this is true. That's absolutely. And did you know how happy we were with that decision? So Chief, I've got a couple of questions, you know, which are really hidden requests. On a regular basis, we speak to bail reform, the need for bail reform, and increasingly, you're going to hear us speak about our opportunity during a federal election, be it through yourself or through the Police Services Board. Are there motions that we can bring forward? Are there statements that we can bring forward to put pressure on those candidates in the upcoming federal election to realign the expectations of the community as opposed to what the judiciary is perhaps doing?
So
yes would be a great
yeah. So
answer.
my role, I have to be careful within my role. I'm raising the issues as they relate to the public safety element. The political decisions in terms of pressure and everything, I think would be something that the services board ought to be the ones that are presenting, obviously informed through the conversations that I have with them on a monthly basis, on a daily basis in some cases, around these issues. I've made my I've raised the concerns as they relate to the specific cases that I'm speaking about in there. Making some of the more general comments, I think, could alienate some people, and I want to stay above the political fray if I could for this upcoming election.
That's fine. So you're giving me the answer, and the next question would have been around auto theft.
Yes.
Manufacturing standards, lower standards here than in Europe, that we should perhaps be talking with members of the Police Services Board to bring forward motions which may in fact be endorsed by chiefs associations. Is that fair?
Yes, and I know that we have a working group at the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police, not just on auto thefts, but also on bail compliance as a more professional roll-up organization speaking on behalf of police leaders. It's much easier for us to have those conversations, and I can assure Regional Council that we are engaged in these conversations. And in fact, I've been asked to speak on a panel upcoming at one of our meetings around bail compliance.
Well, there is tremendous frustration on so many fronts. And I've got to tell you, I've got one of those damned, and I'm using the word on purpose, damned fobs. Regardless of whether I'm driving, I don't know where the fob is. But where you can use this body, or the Police Services Board use this body to get a political message forward, please do. With that, I will ask you to please take back to your entire team how immensely grateful we are for the work that they do on a day-to-day basis. How much we recognize the stress, the risk that quite frequently we impose upon ourselves and expect you to take care of. So, Chief, I thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Council.
So, members of committee, we've been at this for 2.5 hours. Lunch is in the back. We've got a couple of presentations coming up yet. I believe a motion was just distributed for your consideration. We don't have a mover or a seconder, and that would be on the tariff response. But I wonder if this is an opportune moment to call a 20-minute break, grab some lunch, and then move forward. Councillor Chapman, you're moving that?
Minute recess.
30-minute recess, seconded by Councillor Brenner. All in support? Opposed? That is carried. So we'll be back at 5 to 1, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is starting now.
Well, the clerk pointed out that I should probably indicate that I'm here. We have quorum? Okay, we do have quorum. So next on the agenda is... Yeah, well, yeah, I was going to wear my hoodie with the, we were commenting. I wasn't going to say anything earlier, but could you imagine Chair Anderson and his reaction to someone sitting in the chair, even for a good cause? So I will turn the chair over to our CAO, who is speaking to the tariff update, our research and our response. Madam, the chair is the chair is yours. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Foster. So good afternoon, everybody. As you heard, we're going to give you an update on how the region is responding and preparing to respond to the ever-evolving tariff situation. We know the situation is fluid and changing hour by hour, but our priority is to ensure that we are supporting Durham and Canadian businesses and jobs. Sorry. The region, local area municipalities, the boards of trade and chambers of commerce and post-secondary institutions are working collaboratively on the Durham Economic Task Force to share information and coordinate a response to the business community. Based on Council's motion that went through on February 25th, we've also convened an internal group of senior leaders to deal with how the region as a government will be addressing the tariff response. This group meets weekly to ensure that the region is taking all necessary steps to address the impacts of tariffs on the region as a government and on the community. We are focused on items including procurement, budget impacts, potential social service impacts, and intergovernmental activities. I will not go through this slide, but it does show you how crazy the situation has been. There's been a change literally every weekday for 2 solid weeks in the first half of March, so it is very difficult to see where we're going down the road. I'd now like to go through the 3 main areas that we're looking at, and I'll begin by outlining the work that Legal Services is undertaking. As you can imagine, it's a very complex situation involving a number of trade partners and agreements. So Durham chairs a working group of the 6 regional government solicitors. Under a joint retainer, they have outside counsel with expertise on trade and procurement, advising them on our strategies going forward. There are weekly information sharing meetings with the city solicitors in Ontario where relevant updates are provided. Legal is working with AMO to share information from the region and provincial groups to inform and align AMO's response and advocacy to the provincial and federal governments. Legal is also liaising directly with our local area municipalities through the CAO's group, the City Solicitors group, and also the Treasurers group, which also meet regularly, and we're trying to ensure alignment with respect to our relative responses. Key to this is ensuring that everyone is clear on a definition of what constitutes a Canadian or American company, and working with agencies such as Supply Chain Ontario to ensure that we are not having adverse impacts on Canadian companies and jobs. We're also awaiting a provincial definition which may help advance our work. Legal is also supporting economic development to share information on treaties and procurement changes which may benefit local businesses. Procurement is likely the largest area that we're looking at right now. The region is taking a principle-based approach to its response to provide guidance to staff to navigate future procurements and to deal with issues that may arise from the current contracts. Working closely with legal services, the general goal is to avoid goods and services coming from the United States. We are actively working to diversify the region's supply chain, contracting with Canadian companies as much as possible. For this purpose, we are defining an American company as a business or entity that operates solely within the US, and an American good as one that is produced, manufactured, grown, or obtained in or distributed from the United States. And again, this definition may be updated once we have additional information from the province. We are changing our procurement practices to ensure that we are resilient as possible against these trade risks. We're examining how we can capitalize on interprovincial trade opportunities and support local businesses. Like other public sector organizations, we are identifying products and supplies required from the US market and identifying remediation measures. But as you can imagine, some of this will take time. Specifically, staff are contacting contract vendors to see where we are vulnerable to the tariffs and where we purchase from the US. The impact is largely in vehicles, vehicle parts such as fleet. Yesterday at FNA, we did indicate that one of the suppliers of buses for DRT was American. In fact, we did misspeak, and that supplier is actually from Canada. So in terms of DRT fleet, we're in good shape. And also there will be an impact on paramedic services, water sewer plants, water meters, next-gen radio for parts. So you see there's a number of venues, and I have a much larger list that do require some or all components from the United States. On the positive side, though, our continued analysis of our procurement shows that approximately 1% of our annual purchasing is directed at the United States. We are looking at American vendors on contract to see if they can get an alternative source of supply and whether shorter-term contracts could minimize the impact. Finance staff are looking at overall American vendor spends and determining the overall and potential impact on the region. For low-value purchases, departments may invite Canadian bidders only where possible. For larger contracts over $100,000, we are looking at language to disqualify American bidders, acknowledging that this may require a higher price. Finally, we are working with corporate services IT to determine if software supplies can be sought outside of the United States, noting that there are no tariffs applied to software at this time, but we are looking to move away from American vendors if possible. With respect to actions on our capital and operating budgets, capital and operating are being reviewed closely, and we're also in communications with AMO, which has been rolling up financial impact on municipalities across the province. Financial staff are polling department heads to see what capital or operating contracts or projects are prioritized in the next 8 to 10 months, 8 months to a year, and if there's a need to defer or delay any of these projects. Commissioners are also being asked to create 2 budget submissions for 2026, and yes, we are starting that process already. First will be their regular submission, and second, they'll be asked to submit a bare bones budget reflecting a worst case scenario in terms of impacts on the region. And we've also made the same request of DRPS. We're dealing with a number of requests on DC deferrals, and the motion that was approved by Council at its last meeting asking that we come forward with bylaws relating to the deferment of industrial taxes will be on the agenda of Council next week, and you should be getting that report early in the week. I thank staff who have worked very hard to get this done in a very short period of time. We do note that there are a number of risks and considerations, including the potential for increased costs, a lack of local or Canadian alternatives, and the implications of contract changes where we may have to pay a fine for amending contracts. Where feasible, we are looking at piggybacking on federal and provincial vendors of record contracts to determine how to purchase without U.S. content. In some cases, we are already doing this, so it is an expanded focus. And also, all international travel now requires approval from my office, and we have restricted travel to the United States. We do anticipate social impacts on social services. Certainly, it will have an impact on low-income residents who are precariously housed, but we are monitoring this closely. These impacts will probably increase as we proceed down the tariff corridor. In terms of intergovernmental work, you're probably all aware of this. We continue to work with partner municipalities and organizations to inform the province and federal tariff response. Addressing tariffs is a standing agenda item for several intergovernmental meetings, including the regional and single-tier CAOs, the mayors and regional chairs, the Ontario Big City mayors, and others. Staff are also active through local intergovernmental tables, including the Ontario Regional and Single-Tier Treasurers, which is sharing information through their budget subgroups to their constituency. Continuing on with intergovernmental work, as a reminder, complete information about AMO's activities can be found on their website, AMO's Actions on Tariffs and Trade. AMO's priorities include mitigating cost escalation on municipal capital projects, increasing and repairing social housing stock, and this is an interesting approach. It had been raised by private sector developers, a concern that their trades would not be employed if the housing market slows down. AMO is advocating to the province and the federal government that some of the funding to help us get through the tariffs be targeted to social housing renewal, which would keep the trades employed and also assist regions like ours in advancing their goals for social housing revitalization. AMO has also looked at the total financial impact on capital budgets and will be preparing a toolkit for municipalities to assist them in managing this situation going forward. They retained an economics company, Oxford Economics, to do an estimate of the capital impact of tariffs on Ontario municipalities over a 2-year period. This has been estimated to be about $1 billion on $50 billion of anticipated capital expenditures over the 2 years. Federally, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities is also heavily engaged, and they are focusing on educating federal and provincial bodies on the impacts on the municipal sector, and they've also, as you've probably heard, accompanied Team Canada in several of its missions to the US to try to really communicate what the true impact of these tariffs are. Picking up where we left off in the pandemic, we have an economic development task force that includes all the partners in Durham's Economic Development Partnership, along with the senior educational institutions on the region. All responses and information will continue to be featured on a dedicated tariff response landing page that is actively promoted, and it is investdurham.ca/tariff. We encourage all members of council to continue to use their respective communications challenge to share this messaging with their constituents. We do receive an influx of calls on 311 and asking for information on tariffs, and they are generally being directed to this site. And tomorrow, March 20th, there will be a webinar for local exporters looking to diversify to other markets. Registration details are available on the response page. And local post-secondary institutions are looking at how they can provide practical information to business owners and are navigating significant impacts to their funding. Continuing in this, a tourism marketing and promotional campaign is underway, showcasing the region's locally owned and operated producers and service providers, tourism operators, and food and beverage producers. The focus is on products that are made in Canada and Durham versus buying or shopping locally, to avoid inadvertently hurting small businesses in general. An additional promotional effort is underway to support and promote local employers and to producers of commercial and industrial products. And we are working on a trade diversification initiative to connect local exporters with senior government support programs to help them diversify trade internationally. And we'll be using our participation in the Hanover Messe to showcase local business. Last slide, just to highlight next steps. As I said, we will be coming back in this month, March, I think it's the 26th, with the report on the deferral of industrial DCs, and we anticipate coming forward again in April with additional changes that we may require to the procurement bylaw to further expedite, enabling us to purchase Canadian and non-American products. We're very conscious of not totally banning U.S. products from the region because there will be operational situations where we have not yet found alternative suppliers. So we're being very targeted and careful on how we are approaching this going forward, and we will continue to keep Council up to date as necessary. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will turn it back to you. And
So, Madam CEO, why don't you just join us here? I think you're going to be deferring a number of the questions to your team. For members of committee, as I'd noted earlier, staff have prepared a motion that has been distributed, so check your inboxes if you haven't yet. Councillor Wu, I think you were happy to move this. So at the appropriate time, after questions, we'll need to suspend the rules to have this introduced. And then we'll get the motion on the floor for discussion and dialogue. So questions, and first up is Mayor Collier. Mayor Collier, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the CAO. And I brought up the idea of local procurement several times over the years and been told of restrictions in place. I think this should have been done years ago. I mean, we should be less dependent on the U.S. I'm wondering, with or without tariffs, once we define this policy and create and start following it moving forward, even if the tariffs are listed at a later date.
I think you were breaking up a little bit there, Mayor Collier, but yes, I think this is something that we would be looking at going forward in terms of how we can support our local businesses and Canadian businesses. So I think, as everybody has been saying, this is a rude awakening that is forcing changes that, you're right, probably should have been made many years ago.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad to hear. And just to the American company definition, I found it a bit odd. You said it's considered an American company by definition if it operates purely in the U.S. But we've got a lot of companies here, such as things like Home Depot, Costco, that operate both in the U.S. and Canada. So as per the definition, would that mean they would not be considered U.S. companies when it comes to procurement?
As it stands right now, I will turn it over to Nancy in a moment. That is likely the case. The one caution that we will provide to Council is that those companies operating in Durham and in Canada are major employers, and we're also very conscious of that, ensuring that we are, and they're obviously lower income employees, lower salaries, so we are very conscious of trying not to undermine individuals on their place of, on their employment. But I will ask Nancy if she wants to comment further on that.
So through the chair, thank you. And Mayor Collier, I'm hoping I'll get to the nature of your question. So the quick win or the easy thing to determine is if the invoice is to a U.S. company and something just arrives here from the U.S. That's sort of the quick and easy determination of a U.S. company. However, as we all know, we are integrated, and we have a concern, and one of the reasons why it's referenced in the motion that's before you today is that we want to also protect the maximum number of local jobs, and those people could be employed by subsidiaries of American companies. Of course, we want to protect Canadian jobs and Canadian-owned companies. So further analysis of definitions will come. The easiest one is to say, you know, and even from a personal perspective, if I order from Amazon and I pick something that's from the US, it ships to me, I can say I'm not going to do that. This is a little bit different. So we wanted to put the easy definition before you as our starting point, and about 1% of our purchases come directly that way. But we do know that we have to delve down, and Simon through ECDEV has been helpful as well with his contacts. So we are looking at bringing back sequentially more information to you over time. So I'm hoping that kind of answers, and that's why we prioritized it that way in the phrasing of the tariff recommendation.
Well, thank you for that answer. And I guess I'll respond with that kind of answer to my question. I do have an issue with these companies regardless, because, you know, as a mayor and all of us hold galas and other different fundraising things, and we have these massive US-led companies in our communities. And I don't know about others. I suspect you're going to answer the same. Not one of us ever gets a check or a penny put back into our communities by the Costcos and the Home Depots and whatever's of the world. They have some questionable hiring policies, a lot of temporary workers without benefits. I'm not too worried about the jobs there. I don't think they're going anywhere. I would just want this policy to be a little broader, just my personal opinion. And just to add something, I'm glad to hear the CEO say that any travel to the US is going to require approval. I've already taken this step. I hope other municipalities have as well. I advised the police board on Monday that I am not attending the International Association of Chiefs of Police this fall in Denver, nor any other conferences or any other things in the US until further notice. I can't make them not do it, but I've suggested strongly that they follow the same, whether it's board members or the chief or whoever else. I think we really need to make a statement. I was very happy to see the March break reports on the news of 25% reduction in travel. I think everybody is of the same opinion, and I don't think we're going to have any objection to this whatsoever by local residents. I'm happy to support the motion coming forward. I had said to the clerk, I'm happy to move or second it. So I'll be supporting it when it comes. Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, CAO and staff.
Thank you, Mayor Collier, and thank you for offering to second that motion. So the next speaker is Councillor Neal.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the CAO for bringing this presentation forward. I guess when I asked in November for a report back in planning of other business, I followed up in regards to a question I had when I got a reply back. And I never did get a reply back on about supply management in our agricultural industry, which is huge in Durham Region. And I know that's been targeted because someone down in the States keeps mentioning about our dairy industry. So I'm concerned about that because I have some residents that are still under that supply management system. Like I said, I did follow up again. I never did get an answer back from our economic development or anybody else in regard to that. And I've asked a couple times. So I'll ask that again today through you, Mr. Chair. Supply management in our agricultural industry.
I'm not sure exactly what your question is, but perhaps Brian or Simon, how this will affect supply management. We are looking at that, the agricultural sector, as part of the Economic Development Task Force also. So that will certainly be something that's assessed. And I'm not sure if Brian or Simon want to add anything.
I don't. I mean, we don't have a handle on the contracts that any of our dairy operators would have relative to supply management. So it's something that we would have to dig into and find out more.
Okay, yeah, because it has been mentioned down south a couple of times, and I know I've got questions about it in the North Oshawa area, in the rural area, in regards to that. So I brought it up here, I guess now for the third time. So I'll wait for something to come back.
Yeah, maybe what I could say is we'll ask the Economic Development Task Force to specifically look at supply chain issues affecting the agricultural sector if they're not doing that already.
Yeah, it'll probably fit in with the whole agricultural, how that'll affect the whole agricultural industry, I guess. And I guess the next question would be, would we have to revise our Durham Region strategic plan because there's a lot of changes here that would affect that, I would think directly, that was approved here, the strategic plan going forward.
I don't believe we would have to amend the strategic plan. It is intended to be a longer-term plan. It may impact some of our implementation strategies, which we're developing right now for the first 2 years of the plan. But in terms of our overall vision and where we want to get to over the next 10 years, I think that remains in force. If anything, the initiatives that we're undertaking now will certainly help us advance some of our economic development objectives.
Yeah. Well, just as a person that listens to what's going on in the media right now, this is supposed to be affecting everything, and coming April, after April 2nd, which is labeled some kind of do or die date for everybody up here, I'm just thinking that maybe that it would affect that, but I'll leave it to you and to this council to decide if there has to be some changes in that. Anyways, under next steps, I guess, will we hear back as a council and the committee of the whole, or when will this be coming back? All this in April, after April 2nd, or what's the situation? Nobody really knows what's going to happen April 2nd, but I'm just surmising.
We're proceeding with our work. You will get a report next Wednesday on, as I said, the deferment of industrial development charges, the bylaws necessary to make that happen. In April, we'll be reporting on any procurement changes that may be required to bylaws and any other bylaw amendments that come up between now and then. As part of that, we would certainly provide an update of where we are provincially, federally, and internationally with respect to the situation.
Okay, thank you.
So, Councillor Neal, a plaintiff plea, and I think you're going to agree with some of the statements that I'm about to make. Local and regional councils are dealing with and looking for solutions to issues that are the responsibility of either the federal or provincial government. So you are dealing and trying to help residents solve problems that, in this case, most likely the federal government is responsible for. We are the last stop for getting things done, and very frequently staff have to undertake work that they are neither trained nor particularly knowledgeable about, and they have to pick up, do things that they shouldn't have to. Encourage your residents to talk to their appropriate representative at the appropriate level of government, and expect that level of government to take the action that needs to be taken. But my colleagues will tell you that in Clarington, and I think across all municipalities, we're getting a little bit tired of taking responsibility for things that are beyond our purview, but other levels of government are not dealing with it, so we're stuck with that. So on the supply management, help us with that, and thank you for the therapy that you just provided to me. And with that, we've got Mayor Schumer up next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to staff. First of all, thank you to staff for putting this at least preliminary, strategy together, and I think I heard that this obviously will be a developing strategy, depending on, of course, how the nonsense south of the border develops, and to a degree, of course, how things develop here with counter measures. I do have a question, and I do have questions on the motion, but I'll save those for when that's brought forward. And some of them will overlap. It was obviously mentioned. It's been everywhere, but staff has mentioned that it is very possible and probable that certain supplies, certain capital projects, and what have you will be higher, could be significantly higher by sourcing Canadian alternatives or non-US alternatives. I'm just wondering, how is staff thinking this might play out as far as weighing the two? At the end of the day, council is responsible for the budget. We are responsible next year for going to the residents with a property tax increase, and some of it is going to have to cover these increases in costs. So how is this going to play out when we say, well, yeah, we can source this to a non-US supplier, but it's going to cost 35% more? So do we have an idea where we're going to draw these lines or juggle this, or will it be non-US, at any cost?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, it would not be non-US at any cost. And in fact, in some areas, as yet, we have not found alternative sources of products. We are reviewing our capital and operating budget right now for the current year. Finance is just pulling that information together, and if necessary, we would come back to council with recommendations as to whether or not some projects may be deferred, delayed, that kind of thing. For next year, the 2026 budget, as I mentioned in the presentation, we have asked all departments and DRPS to come in with two budgets, a regular budget and one that demonstrates the worst case scenario where there are significant financial pressures, not only on the region, but also on the community, and where we need to try to keep the property tax increase as low as possible. So those are the two approaches. In terms of changing the current capital and operating budget, we would obviously bring that back to council for information and approval as needed.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I wasn't obviously speaking to the ones where there is no alternative. I'm speaking to the ones where there is an alternative, but it will be significantly costly to go down that road. And some of the talk out there in municipal and other areas is, yes, come hell or high water, if it's non-US, we'll pay whatever it is. Which leads me to my next question, which is, and this was discussed during one of the mayor's discussions on our strategy or developing a strategy, and that is something that happened the last time tariffs were brought in with the last administration that did this a number of years ago, and there were businesses that took advantage of it, that raised prices in an unjustified manner, claiming tariffs. And I'm just wondering what is, because I didn't think I really saw it in here, but what is the plan to look at that and make sure that if we're being told your costs are going up 25% because of tariffs, what are we doing to make sure that that is legit?
We do have a strategy, and I'm going to ask our treasurer to outline that for you.
Thank you. So through the chair, there's a couple of avenues that we are pursuing. First off, the one thing that council needs to be very clear on is how they're defining. And that's why we had that prioritization, because clearly if council says to us, buy Canadian only with a very rigid definition, then the outcome will be exactly what you say. So one of our strategies is to try to make sure that what's being worded is actually feasible from the perspective of our essential services, like we have to provide clean drinking water, that kind of thing. But we do have some strategies around how to deal with individual things as they come forward. So, for example, there may be circumstances where we choose not to go to market and we may extend a contract because the worry may be that if you go to market and you get bids, they may build in the anticipation of hugely increased tariffs. So if we have a sound contract now, we may make the decision to negotiate to extend that so that we're not at the mercy of people being frightened over what they're going to encounter. And the second piece speaks to where somebody says, well, this is directly related to a tariff. We have some work that we're doing, and Jason's group has very much supported on the legal side, looking at current contract wording and perhaps contract wording going forward, where we talk about what kinds of evidence, number one, evidence that their content proportion Canadian or not, and also evidence of what we could actually get that would prove the tariffs, because as you know, things that go back and forth multiple times, it's a little hard for the perhaps Canadian company selling us something that has a bunch of US components to it to prove how much the tariff. So we're working through that on a contract wording perspective. And as I say, we'll be making decisions on bids and bid awards, trying to keep that in mind and getting as much evidentiary proof as we feasibly can. Some cases, our suppliers themselves don't even know their US content because they're buying from pieces from a Canadian company with a Canadian address who could be buying from an American. So we're trying, that's why the wording is the way it is in some of the things we're putting forward, is to try to make sure that we're capturing those scenarios. And I say, I'm not sure if our solicitor wants to add to that, but your point is very valid over trying to make sure we're not being taken advantage of or making decisions that are not helpful in the context of regional budget in its entirety as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm glad to hear that it is being developed and worked on, because it's bad enough sometimes, of course. The idea is, well, it's government. They'll always pay a little bit more. They get the money. But something like this could make that worse. Just speaking to Mayor Collier's, comments about, hey, we should have done this a long time ago and going forward. And this, I guess, is a question maybe directed at legal, because some of the word coming up from south of the border, and there's a lot of words that don't make sense, of course, but some of it is that, well, this will be leverage for a new CUSMA deal or free trade deal, where the poor U.S. will not get screwed by mean old Canada. But I'm just wondering, or maybe legal could clarify, we might have our hands tied if, say, a new agreement comes down between the two countries. We may again or could have our hands tied as far as going forward with procurement rules that would favor non-U.S. Suppliers. So just a bit of a warning if that's true, and maybe legal could confirm that.
Yes, that's true. I think although the impetus for this might be the current tariffs, I think really the stronger underlying reason is that we've now identified risks within our current purchasing regime related to a lack of diversity within the supply chain. So those areas that have been mentioned where we might be overly dependent on U.S. goods, that's an issue that we need to address and will continue to address regardless of the tariff regime going forward. I will say that our current tariff and trade regime is not really the main determinant in how we procure. That really is provincial policy and provincial regulation giving direction to broader public sector organizations. So that is really where a large part of the policy that informs our purchasing regime comes from. So, to some extent we expect, and we're going to be sort of guided by, to use that word lightly, if not directed by changes at the provincial level more than anything. We're aware of the limits of our trade agreements. Right now, those limits are really not impacting our purchasing significantly, although there's a couple pain points. And again, that might change if those trade agreements are renegotiated. So notably, there's one trade agreement we have, the European Trade Agreement, which specifically mentions municipal procurement. Many of the other trade agreements we have do not go that far down into the weeds, and so give us a fair amount of leeway, again, subject to provincial direction.
Okay, thank you very much.
So thank you, Mayor Schumer, and thank you for bringing that up. There have been a couple of comments that we should have done this earlier. My concern is we, not being regional council or regional councils, but being bound by provincial and to a degree federal agreements. So great question, Mayor Schumer. Councillor Anderson, you are up next, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Questions that I would have asked was asked by Mayor Collier, but however, I'll ask the CAO if she could provide her presentation to the lower tier municipalities.
I could nod because she's nodding her head, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I believe, though, the lower tier municipalities are engaged in the work that Durham Region is doing. So
I would hope so too, as well.
Yeah, our staff are fully informed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So next up is Mayor Carter. Mayor Carter, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to go on mute after I ask my question, but I want to first and foremost say thank you to the CAO and staff for working on this particular presentation. So thank you. The second word of caution that I'm going to use for everybody is words matter right now, and our actions really matter tremendously. So my question to our CAOs through you, Mr. Chair, is how are we looking at economic development and the opportunity to welcome visitors not only from the United States but around the world throughout this summer season?
I will turn that over to Brian Bridgman, the Commissioner of Economic Development.
Well, thank you through you, Chair, and thank you for that question. There's some very exciting work going on, and if I may, Chair, pass it to Simon Gill to give some details on that, but it's very interesting.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner. And through you, Chair, to Mayor Carter, we do have a couple of very exciting promotional campaigns in the works that are planned for launch early this summer to capitalize on bringing visitors in to support great locally owned and operated businesses in the region. And we're planning to do that not only to capitalize on Canadian travelers who are redirecting their visitor spending dollars into Canada as opposed to traveling to the US, but we're also looking at other audiences as well. And then the second promotional campaign that we have in the works is more on the commercial industrial side of things. We're currently scoping that, and it will be designed primarily to support impacted exporters, impacted industrial producers.
So I'd like to follow that up, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair. There is a great opportunity at this particular time in regards to welcoming our friends from the south of the border. There's an advantage of welcoming them to our community, which is 30 cents on the dollar, which many of them will look at an opportunity. And two is that many of our friends in the United States really do look at us as a good neighbor and want to be able to support Canadians in different ways. The reason why I make mention of this is it's easy for us to be aggressive in regards to our actions and try and show a brave kind of front in regards to the things and decisions we'll make as a body. But I also caution us that at the same time, we need to also look at this as an opportunity in regards to how we can grow our economy locally. And those opportunities may be visitors from the south, and that is a great opportunity. The reason why I make mention of this, Mr. Chair, is we are already getting reports of aggressive behavior and language that is being utilized in a very aggressive way in regards to our friends in the United States. And our community is trying to do everything we possibly can to truly be able to temper and make sure that we stay optimistic, that we understand that we as a local government understand the seriousness of the actions that are being taken. But more importantly, is we want to demonstrate a welcoming, vibrant community. This summer, and this probably for all of us, we're going to have baseball teams, soccer teams, hockey teams, fire pit competition. We are going to have hundreds of thousands of U.S. visitors into our community. And the last thing I would like to see is us with a negative connotation or a language in regards to them. So I ask us all to take that into consideration.
So, Mayor Carter, yes, staff are nodding their heads, yes, on that. Your message, I think, is well received. I can't imagine a junior hockey team from the States coming up and having what's happening at the NHL. I don't know that would happen here, but could you imagine locals booing the U.S. anthem in front of a bunch of kids? I will. Go ahead.
No, I just, sorry, Mr. Chairman, I didn't mean to interrupt, but, we've made a decision in our community not to remove the United States flags at our facilities. We've got visitors from the United States that are spending thousands of dollars in our community. This is not their fight. This is not their fight. This is a political fight that's going on, and we want to be a community that welcomes our visitors from around the world.
So, Mayor Carter, might I, and I think staff will nod their heads in looking at tourism in particular. So you're 100% correct. I am recently a major conference that was organized about a year ago, just back from the U.S. The vast majority of people apologized to me. I had two interesting conversations. A number of people haven't a clue, and I think the statistics show that over 2/3 of Americans believe that the actions being undertaken by the U.S. administration are unfair and unwarranted against Canada. So probably a good message that we let our American friends I'm using that word on purpose, know that they are welcome and encouraging our residents and our operators to know that that their support is appreciated. Did I catch that right?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for that.
Thanks, Mayor Carter. Great comments. The next, Councillor Mulcahy. Oops, I just cut you off, Councillor. My apologies. Here we are.
Thank you. So I'm grateful to see this and all the work that's being done. And, you know, I think we all sort of agree that some of these things we should have been looking at sooner, you know, especially interprovincial trade and everything else. I guess where I'm going with this is sort of, it's a bit political in a way and without being aversely political. But the American politics work in a different way where, you know, that he's going to have to get through midterms. So when we're making financial changes, for instance, a steel mill is not going to, you know, pick up and move in 30 days and go across the border. It's not quite that easy. So, you know, the sort of commitments we're making financially within our own research and what's happening right now, I just want to make sure that we're keeping somewhat flexible. So I guess that's my question, because this man is going to have to get through midterms and he will probably change the way he does things. And every day I get up and Google Trump today, and you know, yesterday it was all about voter remorse, all about voter remorse in the States. So I think we're going to see some reaction to that at some point. And I just want to make sure that we're, you know, obviously we're covering ourselves for gouging protection and that sort of thing, but making sure that we're prepared to be flexible with what's coming at us.
The simple answer is yes, we are. And I think diversifying our supply chains is only beneficial for us in the short and long term, but we are prepared to be very flexible.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, that's a great answer. I mean, some of the midterms happen as early as November. So, but then again, you know, we're making commitments to financial obligations that are perhaps sometimes years down the road. So I want to make sure that we're not making decisions that could be a better decision come December.
Agreed. Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor, thank you. Councillor Wu. Councillor, I don't know if you cut yourself off or if I did that. Let's try this again.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Chair Foster. Now, I certainly agree with this motion, and now can we change it? Can we call it an executive order? I think that would be appropriate. Now, and again, thank you for all the work, you know, that you put into this. And again, I think we've learned probably over, 2 months of this guy in office down south of the border. I did mention executive orders, probably written the most executive orders in that 2 months than a lot of presidents combined. But having said that, you know, to our staff, and again, being nimble, you've had to be pivoting depending on the news of the day. And I'm not like Councillor Mulcahy that picks up, you know, wants to listen to True Social. But having said that, the legal services, and again, now the joint retainer with trade and procurement experts devise and support changes to procurement, but is that something that we need just here? Because our concerns are the same as right across, you know, the province and every municipality, every region.
That is not just for Durham. The solicitors of all of the regions are working together and have jointly retained that expertise.
Okay, that's perfect, because again, we all want to be, have the same information and be very consistent in what we do. And then dealing, and I think Mayor Schumer, some of this was discussing, and again, that's at a higher level when we look at Canada's trade regulations and we're looking at trade agreements. And I guess not to get ourselves in a position where it might be counter to those agreements. And I don't know if our solicitor, Jason, can speak to, some of the agreements, and that may be not your expertise. And I guess we have the Ontario Public Buyers Association, which probably has that expertise.
It is my expertise now. And Ashley's. We're not likely to run into issues with the trade agreements, in all honesty. There are a couple pain points with them. Not under the USMCA, which is obviously if we're looking at preferring Canadian suppliers diversifying away from US suppliers, that's the agreement we'd look at first. So arguably it's been breached, not our decision. That's a federal government decision whether it's been breached. And even if it isn't, it really doesn't have clauses which touch on these things. So there are other trade agreements, but again, it's not at the top of our list of concerns when we're talking about changing to our purchasing bylaws.
Right. And there's one, and again, it made the news about the Mayor of Toronto speaking about purchasing 17 pumpers from a Canadian company. But in some respects, would that be considered a made in Canada? And I think when I look at the definition of made in Canada, and again, protecting our jobs, but that more than half of the total direct cost is at least 51%, but less than 98. Is this something that we look at also too?
I know we have certainly done that analysis in transit. It is something that we look at, and it gets back to what the treasurer said a few minutes ago. It's very complicated to figure out what parts are coming from where. So it is something we're conscious of. We're not always able to drill down to see where our suppliers are getting their parts for, but it's something that we are looking at. Right. And as I said in my presentation, we are in good shape with transit, but paramedics, I think, have different issues, and other fleet vehicles will have issues.
Right.
But it is something we are trying to look at. It's a very difficult chain to follow in some cases.
Right. Well, thank you. And my last question, and it delves around economic development. And Mayor Carter did bring that up. And we experienced this during the pandemic. And I've got to see a lot of Ontario that I probably would not have seen. But is there something here that we might want to make a motion? And when I put down here, Ontario Staycation Tax Credit for 22 was launched to encourage Ontario residents to explore the province and support tourism and hospitality sectors that have been hit hard, and that time it was COVID. Is this something that we should take the lead on? Maybe have a motion put forward, because I think that is a great incentive, and I don't know if that's been thought of.
That is something that the regional council could advocate for. It's obviously outside of our control,
Sure.
But I did hear, actually driving in this morning, that it is something the provincial government, I believe, has started to advocate federally for.
Right. Well, certainly, I think it's an incentive, certainly for us that live in this province. As Mayor Carter did say, with the way the Canadian dollar is versus the American tourists, we certainly want to welcome them, and we want to welcome that they leave some money behind with our businesses. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wu. I don't have anyone else on the list. I've got a request that is not going to surprise you, and it follows on with Councillor Wu's comments. One of the issues that will come out of tourism, so for those of you that sit on the Durham Region Not-for-Profit Housing Corp, the tariffs are going to be driving up the costs of new build. And we've got a report coming next on affordable housing. I wonder, Madam CAO, if you can work with staff to come up with a motion that would request of the federal government, and I don't want to wordsmith this here, I'll leave it with you, something to the effect that public not-for-profits be refunded the cost of the tariffs So as we know, the tariffs actually come to the Canadian government. So the nonprofits building affordable housing are in fact providing, I'm going to call it a bonus, bad word, to the federal government. So I wonder if you'd work at staff to perhaps bring something forward there, and at the same time, to Councillor Wu's point, if you could work on, be it at the provincial or federal level, a motion that we could take advocating staycation tax credits. Can you do that?
Yes. Do you want that for
No, I think we have time, so.
We'll bring that to council.
Perfect, thank you. Alrighty, so with that, we've got a motion. That motion will be moved by Councillor Wu and seconded by Mayor Collier. First, I need a motion to suspend the rules to introduce this. Councillor Wu, seconded by Mayor Watton. We need a 2/3 majority on that. So on the motion to suspend, any questions? Call the question. All in support? Opposed? That is carried. I don't think we need to read the motion. You've had that for a little bit now. The motion is on the floor. Mayor Schumer, you had some questions and comments. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I guess my only concern is items 7 and 8, where we're essentially delegating authority over to staff to take care of it. I understand that. I'm not a big fan of just handing, responsibility over to staff, and because at the end of the day, something goes awry, we're the ones that answer for it. So I'm just curious, what if we're going to delegate this authority? What will come to council as far as at least information and reports? And I guess what I'm thinking here is kind of along the same lines of my concern earlier about decisions where we're going to go Canadian or non-US, I'll say, because we've found another supplier. We're going non-US. Yeah, it's going to cost significantly more. And then, at the end of the year, we're scratching our heads going, geez, how do we get property taxes under control? So I guess I'm wondering, if we're going to delegate control, what can we expect to see from staff? Let's even just assume for the moment things stabilize with the chaotic situation that they are at now, because I know they can change, but let's say they just stabilize and we do have tariffs and things are a mess. But what can we expect as the oversight body to make sure that things are going the way we want them to go?
So if I may, through the chair, right now for all delegated authorities, there is an information report mechanism that comes semi-annually through the CIPs. And during COVID, we also had a reporting mechanism for delegated authorities there. So I would be very pleased to bring an information report on delegated authorities for these we can include it in the semi-annual report, or we can do a quarterly one that goes through the CIP specific to these. My goal is that we won't have a lot of these, and the example I would give maybe under the second one, which is talking about additional financing, our focus would be on life safety. So if chemicals in the water pollution control plants can only come from the US, we have no options, and the price is going up. In that case, we're legally bound to provide safe drinking water. So there may be some circumstances where we really have no options, but if there are circumstances where we have options, then those would be things we would come to council with. So, and that it speaks to the CAO's comment earlier, our immediate reaction isn't going to be to delay budget spending, because our local companies may need us to support the economy by continuing with our expenditure programs so that they are getting that business. However, we could see some barriers to some, and we may come back and say, these projects we're looking at delaying, or here's a project that is more Canadian content than the ones that are sooner in the list. Maybe we want to advance that forward. So those kinds of decisions we would come to council for. What we're talking about here are ones where there's an intense time sensitivity, for example, and it's a safety issue. For ones for the contract extensions, which is the previous one, again, very happy to report quarterly standalone or add it to our semi-annual one. But this is really where we need to be nimble in order to try to make sure that we're not being taken advantage of by going to the market when we know we're going to get a very poor response. Maybe we be proactive there and head that off. So happy to do information reporting, and very clearly significant decisions that are not a life safety emergency to deal with would come to this council, obviously, for direction on how they wish us to proceed on major items. I hope that's clear.
That is, and thank you very much. I think with this, where it could be, all over the place, maybe more reporting than semi-annual would be good. But yeah, I'll leave it to hopefully, if we've got something material to look at, that's going to come to us sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Schumer. The next up is Councillor Miriam Pietri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think everyone's made some really good comments, and some questions that have been asked are pertinent to the emotions that we're going through as well. I think that there's going to be some change. Obviously, it's been alluded by other council members. Time's probably our best sort of and most potent weapon. But in the case that we're looking at this particular policy and changing some of the measures, I'm hopeful through you, Mr. Chair, that we're looking at it as a long-term sort of perspective. We often hear now about having one economy versus 13. I remember, first being in these chambers and when we were dealing with procurement, being told we can't do X because that'll be bonusing, or we can't do Y because, that particular company, because it's local, has to compete against Z. And what I'm trying to get at is, I hope that these measures will be now seen as part of our process moving forward, and not just for the next 6 months or 8, whenever things change south of the border. Because they will, and they'll change. If not in 8 months, they'll change in 3 years. But the point is, we've been struggling to see how to grow local business. We've done everything possible in neighboring municipalities, here at the region as well, to try to activate small business. And I think the best way to grow small business is to favor them. And I think local business would appreciate us scoring them higher if they're able to provide a lot of these measures that we're putting forward in the form of policy. At some point, maybe legal can vet that. And I don't know whether or not the province anymore would see that as a negative. They may have in the past, but moving forward, I do think that we got to look at ways to grow local business. And if that means favoring them with a higher point scoring system, and I know we alluded to the cost being more potentially, but I think the spin-off and the benefit incurred by the community locally is greater than the cost in the long run. So obviously protectionism doesn't work, but we're in a situation where we can't just hedge our bets for the time being, for optics, for the emotions that we're all going through. And I think at the City of Oshawa, we were very careful in ensuring that we were measured in our response, because there are things that may backfire. And I want to make sure that if there are things here that look like they're good, that we proceed on that path long-term, as opposed to just for the sake of the interim measures that we're incurring. Now, having said that, I take that we're going to get an analysis from staff. It's going to be ongoing. There are going to be things that we don't get right off the bat. God knows that politicians always get things right, but I think at the end of it, we're trying our best. We're doing what we can to activate without making knee-jerk reactions. And I really appreciate staff, whether it was through the process of looking at the industrial development charges and the deferrals. Maybe we didn't go far enough with that if we really want to land business, but we did do a great deal of work in a short period of time, and staff have to be commended for that, because that is not just good faith, that's action, and it's tangible. So moving forward, hopefully we get a sense, and I just want to end by saying, if there are large corporations or businesses that are local, and be it small or medium, and they could be from the development or the building industry, as I'd like to coin it, as opposed to just coming to us and asking for us for a discount, or citing that we need help. Bring us a business proposal. Show us how we can benefit the community as a result of what their needs and their impacts are. And then maybe we engage the province. I would say maybe, just because I don't want to be autocratic, but I would engage the province and ask them to make us whole, because between Bill 23 and now the tariffs, we're in a position where over the next decade, we're having to find money which we're not able to captivate or cultivate from any other source aside from the one that we currently burden. So with that in mind, I hope we're forming that one economy that everyone's talking about now, and I hope that this is a step in the right direction.
So, Councillor, thank you for that, and I'm going to make the plaintiff plea again. You speak to bonusing, provincial rules that we had to comply with, preferential purchasing policies, again, provincial rules that we have to comply with. I would think that this has been a significant shock to the Canadian people. I would hope that we and upper levels of government that impose some of these rules on us have learned that we cannot find ourselves in this position. And for all the points that you raised, local business needs a leg up sometimes to give us that ability. So again, to each and every one of us, I think we need to be talking with our MPPs, MPs, and those running for office at the federal level to make sure that they're cognizant of this and that change has to happen. So thank you. Alrighty, Councillor Wu, you are up next, sir.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Chair Foster, at the appropriate time, we have a recorded vote on this.
Good idea, absolutely. I do not see anyone else on the speakers list. Mr. Clerk, a recorded vote, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on the motion is starting now. Looking for Councillor Yamada online. Second call for Councillor Yamada. Last call for Councillor Yamada.
Alrighty, that carries unanimously. Again, to staff for preparing the motion, the work that's gone into this and the continuing work. Thank you for that. It is so important to all of us. Now, this brings us down to item 4.4. We are 1:30 into the afternoon and still working on presentations, but good stuff that we are getting done. Madam CAO, you and your team have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'll just introduce this item from here, and the team will formally present it. So I am very pleased to present the 10-year Housing and Homelessness Services and Financing Strategy, which is on your agenda for today for consideration. The development of this strategy was a significant collaborative effort, and I am joined today by staff from Social Services, Communications and Engagement, and Financial Services who were instrumental in the development of the strategy. The region's new strategic plan identifies investment in housing and homelessness supports as a key strategic priority for Council and our community. Through At Home in Durham, the Durham Housing Plan for 2014 to 2024, Regional Council has made significant investments in affordable housing and in supports of our residents experiencing or at risk of experiencing homelessness. Since 2022, total budget investment in these program areas have increased by $56 million, or 62%, to a total of $145.5 million in 2025. Despite our efforts, additional investments are needed as the region continues to see steady increases in the Durham access to social housing, the DASH waitlist, and the number of people experiencing homelessness across the region. The proposed strategy includes direct delivery initiatives, which are regional-led capital projects to redevelop current Durham Region Local Housing Company properties, partnership initiatives, which are third-party-led capital projects on regionally owned property to create new affordable and market housing units. And in most of these projects, you will see our goal is to create mixed income communities while ensuring that we are increasing the availability of rent-geared income and affordable units. Regional incentives provided under the At-Home Incentive Program, investment in regionally owned DRLHC sites to ensure state of good repair, improvements, energy efficiency, reduced GHG emissions, and enhanced tenant living conditions. Increases in the region's rent supplement and housing benefit programs, and various housing and homelessness support and mitigation initiatives, including funding for community housing providers' priorities. We're still facing a housing crisis. We know that affordable housing and homelessness supports are not the sole responsibility of regional government and regional property taxpayers. So the proposed strategy has been designed to leverage funding from senior levels of government, developers, community partners, rental revenues, and regional contributions through a proposed incremental annual overall property tax levy increase of 0.75 over the next 10 years. The plan is a bold strategy for the region to proactively address the crisis. Through this plan, we can respond to what our community has been demanding, maximizing support from other levels of government and providing concrete solutions to transform lives and build a brighter future for our residents. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Aaron, who will begin the presentation. Thank you very much.
So Aaron, if you would hold on for one moment, I don't know if Mayor Collier wants to be first up with questions or if he's trying to get my attention. Mayor Collier?
Thank you, Chair. I just wonder if at the same time after the presentation, we're going to bring 7.4 forward so we can discuss the policy as well as the presentation.
Yeah, so yeah, sure, after the presentation, if you want to make a motion to alter the agenda to deal with that, that would be appropriate, sure.
Okay, I will. I'll hit my key button again after you turn me off. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Aaron, thank you.
Thank you. Just wait. There we go. Thank you. Across Durham Region, conditions impacting the affordability of housing and increasing rates of homelessness require urgent action and long-term solutions. Compounding annual increases in the cost of living, including housing and rental costs, have made it increasingly difficult for residents to secure and maintain affordable and suitable housing. We know that residents living with low income have very limited housing options, which contributes to an increased instances of homelessness across our communities. We also know that suitable and stable housing is critical to all aspects of life, including health and well-being, employment, and education. And that without stable housing, these areas of life are significantly impacted, leading to broader social and economic impacts. Given the scale and complexity of this issue, a long-term and comprehensive strategy is necessary to provide a roadmap for the region and its community partners that provide sustainable solutions to support Durham residents who have barriers to housing. Ongoing incremental investments by the region and senior levels of government, along with a commitment to solution-focused approaches, is essential to sustaining meaningful progress across our communities. And within this context, the objectives of this housing and homelessness service and financing strategy are to identify long-term community needs as well as targeted outcomes, confirm the region's long-term vision, priorities, and associated costs for housing and homelessness support strategies, seek Council's approval of a long-term financing strategy that includes senior government funding, incremental regional property taxes, debt and reserve fund financing, and provide a long-term investment plan approved by Council to support senior government advocacy efforts. Applicants for rent geared to income or modified housing in Durham apply through the Durham Access to Social Housing waitlist. Low vacancy rates and an extremely limited number of deeply affordable options in the private rental market have contributed to the growing number of low-income applicants applying in Durham. Most applicants on the DASH waitlist have insufficient income to find suitable affordable accommodation in the private rental market.
Although the waitlist has more than tripled since 2006, the number of available RGI units has not meaningfully increased. As a result, there is low turnover across the community housing portfolio. In 2024, only 182 DASH applicants were housed from the waitlist. This number is consistent from 2023, when only 183 applicants were housed. This has resulted in a steadily increasing waitlist year over year. As you can see on this slide, the DASH waitlist grew from just under 9,000 applicants in 2023 to almost 11,000 in 2024. We also often get asked what the average wait time is. And while average wait times vary significantly according to priority on the waitlist, household size and type, and applicant preference, it is not uncommon for non-special priority, non-senior applicants to wait for more than 10 years or longer to be housed, as most applicants housed from the DASH waitlist are either seniors or provincially legislated special priority applicants. And as discussed regularly at Council, homelessness continues to increase nationally and across Durham Region. Durham's latest point-in-time count was conducted in November 2024 and counted the number of people experiencing homelessness within a determined geographical area. This occurred from November 18th to November 19th. These counts provide a snapshot of data and can support tracking trends in homelessness over long periods of time. The results of the most recent point-in-time count demonstrate that at least 1,345 individuals were experiencing homelessness during the point-in-time count in Durham. This is a significant increase of 134% in the number of individuals experiencing homelessness compared to the point-in-time count results in 2021. In addition, there are currently more than 800 Durham residents on the by name list who have consented to receive supports and services. Notably, more than half of Durham residents on the by name list have been homeless for 6 months or longer. And this list should be considered an underrepresentation of homelessness across our communities and is also expected to continue to grow. As previously presented, the responsibility for funding, developing, and maintaining community housing was historically with upper levels of government. Through a series of transfers, service managers in Ontario are now legislatively responsible for the funding and administration of community housing. Community housing provides almost 30% of the overall rental housing supply in Durham, most of the affordable rental supply, and almost all of the deeply affordable housing supply. There are approximately 6,000 community housing units across Durham, and roughly 4,500 of those units are rent geared to income or non-market housing. And over the past several years, there has been a shift towards the development of mixed income communities. Mixed income communities are intentionally designed to offer varying levels of affordability, including non-market, affordable, and full market rent units. This not only ensures that projects are financially sustainable, but also facilitates stronger and more vibrant and inclusive communities. Notably, this approach is supported by both the federal National Housing Strategy as well as the provincial Community Housing Renewal Strategy. It has been well researched that improving access to stable and affordable housing improves economic and social outcomes in communities. And moving to intentionally design modern, mixed-income communities not only elevates neighborhoods, but also improves accessibility and inclusiveness, while also enabling long-term financial sustainability to maintain these sites for future generations. In addition, community housing can also provide enhanced supports for residents. Both the Durham Regional Local Housing Corporation and the Durham Region Nonprofit Housing Corporation, the two largest community housing providers in Durham, recently presented at Health and Social Services Committee to provide an overview of their tenant support and community building programming. Lastly, and as previously mentioned, community housing is the only housing type affordable for residents living in the lowest income deciles. As an example, an affordable unit rent set at around 80% of average market rent in Oshawa for a one-bedroom unit would be approximately $1,277. This affordable rent is completely out of reach for a single person in receipt of OW or ODSP who receive less than this amount monthly. It is also not uncommon for room rentals to exceed the monthly Ontario Works benefit amount. And for seniors receiving fixed monthly benefits, they would need to spend more than 70% of their income to afford an affordable rent. I will now turn it over to my colleague Gary to walk you through the strategy.
Thank you, Erin. Chair Foster and members of the committee. There are 5 elements to the strategy. First, it will protect and improve existing housing stock through capital repairs and making strategic investments to improve building efficiency, energy performance, and other improvements at DRLHC sites. Second, it enables redevelopment of some of our DRLHC sites, and through redevelopment, they'll be transformed into safe, modern, accessible, well-designed, mixed-income communities that will have both non-market and affordable market rent units. Third, facilitates the development of new affordable rental housing through strategic partnerships. These partnerships will be on region-owned sites or through capital incentives that support nonprofits or the private sector to build new affordable housing. And fourth, the strategy will support affordability in private rental stock by increasing rent supplements and through portable housing benefits. And finally, it supports the development of supportable and transitional housing for our most vulnerable residents. So this slide gives a high-level picture of the inputs that went into the strategy, illustrating each of the approaches and the unit outcomes. It shows the cumulative number of affordable housing units, both RGI and below market rent units, that would be supported out to the year 2034. The strategy is expected to result in the creation of over 2,300 net new supported units. So what you see here in the pale blue is the growth in new rent supplements that were assumed in the model over the 10-year forecast of over 880 net new rent supplements. The yellow bar is the growth in new affordable housing units that would be supported through the region's at-home incentive program. It's an annual average of about 80 new units being supported per year through private and nonprofit housing sectors. The gray bar highlights forecasted affordable housing of over 1,200 units through partnership developments. And these are development projects on region-owned sites like the Ritson School, for example, that would be constructed by third-party private or not-for-profit developers. The orange bar highlights the affordable housing growth through region-led development and redevelopment projects. These are referred to in the report as direct delivery projects, which will redevelop some of our DRLHC properties into new, safe, modern, and sustainable mixed-income neighborhoods. And the bottom bar illustrates the 70 additional supportive units at 1635 Dundas and Whitby. The bottom footnote simply reflects that these numbers only reflect the supply of affordable units that would be created through mixed-income developments. They do not reflect the additional supply of market units that would be created as a result of new mixed-income communities or the low end of market. So this slide is a graph that separates out the growth in supply of units that are forecast to meet the Durham Standard through the life of the strategy, so that buildings improve their efficiency and their environmental performance. In the yellow are the DRLHC units that would be constructed to the Durham Standard, starting with completions at Center Street, Christine, Malaga, and so on. And layered onto these are forecasted deep energy retrofits at some of our existing DRLHC buildings. 3 retrofit projects have been included in the model, with nearly 600 units. The first shown at 315 Colborne and Whitby, which is a 105-unit building with retrofits starting later this year. The next is at Faley Crescent and Pickering, which is a 2-story 36-unit building. And the third is at 850 Green and Whitby, which is a 85-unit building where retrofit work would start in 2027. This figure shows the estimated year that units would come in service at the Durham Standard. And additionally, energy efficiencies will be realized through the base DRLHC capital program as building components are replaced at the end of their useful life. So I'll now turn it over to Megan, who will provide a bit of a summary of some of the example projects that were used to inform the strategy. Megan.
Good afternoon. I'm pleased to be here to speak about the projected housing development outcomes that the 10-year housing strategy project has allowed us to develop. And I just want to say that it has been truly a collaborative project and one that's been an honor to be a part of. The outcomes are based on a series of assumptions and therefore high level at this time, but it gives a strong and bold roadmap for our housing development efforts to facilitate the creation of over 3,900 purpose-built rental units over the next 10 years. Housing development outcomes are categorized, as my colleagues have said, into 2 categories, direct delivery and partnership delivery. The direct delivery is focusing mostly on revitalizing and redeveloping the DRLHC community housing sites. And the DRLHC is the community housing that is directly controlled by the region as the sole shareholder. So this is where the region can have the most direct impact to increase the supply of much needed non-market housing in the region. So as everyone has said, we're going to focus on creating mixed income community housing sites that replace the existing RGI units while adding affordable and market rate units. Overall, in this study, through direct delivery, we are projecting taking sites that currently consist of 366 RGI units that are aging and financially unstable and redeveloping them into 1,816 units. 30% of that, or 572 units, will be a mix of replacement RGI and affordable rent. The remaining 70% will be market rent, but owned and operated by the DRLHC. These key sites are ones that have previously been discussed and include 409 Centre Street, where a 32-unit seniors building is planned for construction starting as early as 2026. Christine Crescent, the development of approximately 165 units slated for construction from 2026 to 2028. The Broader Hill, which is the redevelopment of the semi-detached units all along Nevis, Normandy, and Lomond Street, which is a larger project stretching from 2026 to 2032 for the full build-out. Malega Road, which is actually the largest identified DRLHC site with an estimated 439 units for construction hopefully to start in 2028. And then the other site that's been identified and included in the study over the next 10 years includes Poplar Linden, where right now we are at preliminary assessment to develop massing and understand the opportunity that this site can provide. As mentioned, we also are looking at partnership delivery, and we have, which includes partnership initiative sites on region-owned land, as well as ongoing and consistent investment in the at-home incentive program. Partnership initiatives are sites that the region owns and has identified as strategic, affordable housing development opportunities. And the region's role in this is to facilitate development on these sites through partnerships. The study includes 3 identified partnership initiative sites that are projected to facilitate the construction of 1,239 purpose-built rental units. And once again, 30%, or in this case, 372 units, are expected to be affordable. And the 3 sites highlighted at this time is the Ritson School site, 650 Rossland, as well as Harwood Achilles in Ajax. The other tool that the region has at our disposal to increase the supply of diverse housing is the at-home incentive program. And the investment to date is $17.7 million for 5 projects that's helped to create 209 purpose-built affordable rental units. The recommendation for this year's allocation is being presented at this meeting to provide an additional $13.25 million. And so the study is recommending, as Gary said, an annual investment of $8 million each year for the next 10 years to support the creation of approximately 80 new rental units each year, resulting in the investment for 800 much-needed affordable rental units over the course of the next 10 years. However, successful affordable housing programs require investment beyond the capital required for the physical structure. And so the 10-year study also includes important initiatives to support tenants, community members, and invest in the existing community housing stock, both within the DRLHC and the broader Durham community housing landscape. So the first highlighted here is the advancing our efforts at 1635 to complete phase 2 with the 70 units of supportive housing. There's also, as Gary mentioned, the energy retrofits and asset management for the existing DRLHC portfolio. And it's important to note that the initial feasibility shows a potential 50% in combined energy savings, as well as a 65% greenhouse gas reduction through those projects, all while enhancing tenant well-being by incorporating key climate adaptation measures such as air conditioning and upgraded ventilation. But there's also the additional housing and homelessness initiatives that are listed there on the slide. And I just quickly want to say that the capital repair program is, it's currently estimated that $30 million is required annually to maintain the community housing assets in Durham Region. And right now, to date, we've been reliant on the Canada-Ontario Community Housing Initiative, which is not sufficient to address the need. For example, in 2024, the region was able to approve less than half of the applications received. So through this strategy, we are building a program with an incremental investment to help bridge the gap to support the much-needed repairs on community housing stock. The strategy also includes rent supplements and portable housing benefits to support an additional 882 tenants. Support programming, which is tenants and homelessness initiatives, which include the Regional Street Outreach Team, the Beaverton Heights Transitional Supportive Housing, Microhomes Transitional Housing, and the continuum of programming that will be available through the Ultimate Vision for 1635 Dundas Street. And finally, It involves important policy and program development work, as well as provision for inflation on existing programs and services. And so now I will turn it over to Nicole to talk about the financial impact of the strategy.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Megan. Just before I start on the financial piece, I just want to acknowledge Andrew Wismer's contributions and leadership in developing the financial strategy, the financial aspects of this strategy before you today. So when we look at the financial components of the strategy, there were three main objectives that we focused on. The first was to provide a long-term stable financing plan that advances the critical housing and homelessness support priorities that Gary and Megan have chatted about this afternoon. The second was to minimize and smooth the impact on property taxpayers across the 10 years of the strategy. This was achieved by leveraging senior government funding opportunities, the third-party contributions through our partnership builds, incremental rents, and the use of debenture and reserve fund financing. The third strategy was to develop a strategy that supported the region's ongoing advocacy efforts for incremental and ongoing senior government funding. And over the next two slides, we'll walk through the details of both the forecasted expenditures as well as the forecasted funding for the strategy. So this graph here, or this table rather, focuses on the expenditure side and details the projected $4.06 billion in expenditures that are forecasted over the course of the plan. These estimates are comprehensive and conservative, covering annual inflationary and contractual increases that are anticipated to impact the region's existing base programs and services in these areas. It also provides for proposed new capital projects that Gary and Megan presented, the operating impacts of these new capital project sites, including project management, operations, maintenance, as well as the debt servicing costs associated with them. And lastly, the estimates include funding for new operating initiatives that are being advanced through this strategy, which Megan had just spoken about, including the rent supplements, portable housing benefit increases, supports for community housing providers, sustainable funding for our at-home incentive program, tenant support programs, as well as other policy and program development work for housing and homelessness supports. So turning over to how the expenditures are proposed to be financed over the 10 years, as Council has previously indicated and Elaine mentioned in our introductory comments, responsibilities for funding the affordable housing and homelessness supports cannot fall to regional property taxpayers alone. In developing the proposed financing strategy, staff leveraged all available funding opportunities, both to minimize the incremental property tax funding required, as well as to smooth that impact evenly over the 10 years of the strategy. So in more detail, the strategy leverages $1.92 billion in non-property tax levy financing source. This is approximately 47% of the total financing required. It includes $950.3 million in senior government grants, an estimated $756.9 million in developer contributions for the three partnership builds, $204 million in rents and other collections. The proposed financing strategy also includes $706.2 million in debenture financing over the 10 years. This debenture financing is proposed to come in many different forms. So this would include both loans that the region sells directly in our capital markets, but also leveraging favorable financing terms provided through CMHC loans, as well as FCM loans for our deep energy retrofit projects. Financing from the region's reserves and reserve funds totaling approximately $200.1 million over the 10 years of the strategy are critical financing source for this strategy. This includes a total of $65.4 million that will be drawn from our reserves in 2025 and 2026, which was made possible through Council's direction as part of the 2025 budget to transfer $55.2 million into reserves to support this strategy. The reserves and reserve fund financing is being used in two folds. One is to upfront finance a portion of the capital cost to reduce the amount we have to debenture, but also secondarily and importantly to phase in the operating impacts of our capital program as well. So it's to help smooth out the property tax levy increases required, because a lot of our capital builds are front-end loaded into this plan. So it allows for that smoothing of the property tax levy impact. So after leveraging all of the available funding sources that are available, the resulting recommendation is for a proposed property tax increase of 0.75% on the overall levy over the next 10 years of the strategy. And again, as we progress through the strategy, we'll be looking at ways to minimize that impact. So in the development of a strategy of this magnitude, there's a lot of key assumptions and risks that are inherent in this strategy. And the development of the strategy itself included informed conservative assumptions, a proposed set of diverse policy tools, and a flexible financing strategy in order to help mitigate these risks. This slide highlights the 4 main categories of risk that staff throughout the implementation of this plan will continually monitor. And it also outlines mitigation strategies that are available to proactively mitigate the risks as they may arise. So just a couple of things I'll highlight on this slide. So first, from a financing perspective, as mentioned, the strategy incorporates approximately $950 million in senior government funding. These estimates have been informed by existing funding agreements, some pending funding agreements, as well as ongoing engagement with our funding partners. So this strategy incorporates a phased approach for each project, allowing for the advancing of pre-construction phases of our work in order to position us to be able to secure senior government funding, such as the CMHC financing. In addition to the region's advocacy efforts, we continue to work with our municipal associations as well. And as Elaine had mentioned in the previous presentation, we're providing information and working very closely with AMO in order to support their current advocacy campaign for provincial investments in affordable housing. There's flexibility within the financial model in order to ensure that critical projects advance in 25, 26, and 27, the early years of the plan. From an expenditure perspective, the potential for cost escalations is particularly top of mind with the current economic environment. The cost estimates used in this strategy are conservative and will be continually reviewed by staff. And by utilizing a diverse set of policy tools and initiatives to increase access to affordable housing, this risk has been diversified, and additional project phasing may be required if cost escalations are significant. Lastly, the region continues to leverage diverse communication channels for early and continuous engagement with our community and local municipal councils in order to build community support for the various initiatives included in the plan. I'll turn it over to Gary to close out our presentation. Thanks.
Thanks, Nicole. So in closing, the strategy presents a pipeline of new projects to 2034 that will improve communities and create better social outcomes. New sustainable projects will create better access, better design, better living conditions, and more supports. Safer communities will be provided with more eyes on the street, greater diversity of tenants, usable public places that will improve social connections. Revitalized communities will reduce stigma, introduce pride of place, and provide additional support for community safety and well-being. So just in closing, the 10-year housing and homelessness servicing and financing strategy supports the creation of revitalized and sustainable portfolio of mixed market and affordable housing that better responds to community needs. It takes a measured and consistent approach to funding from the region while maximizing opportunities for external funding and collaboration with third parties. It provides a sustainable funding approach to needed affordable housing and homelessness initiatives that address barriers to housing. It provides a predictable asset management funding model to improve the environmental performance and efficiency of DRLHC buildings and enables community improvement through targeted and strategic investment while supporting Durham residents with barriers to housing. So that concludes our presentation, and the team is happy to address any questions your members of the committee may have. Chair Foster.
Gary, thank you. I suspect we are going to deal with report as well as questions to the presentation at the same time. Mayor Collier, is it your intent to do so, to move 7.4, the report now, to alter the agenda such that we deal with everything all at once?
Hello, Chair. Yes, I would like to alter the agenda to deal with this. I'd also like to keep my name at the top for questions, please, once I suspect this will pass. Thank you.
Righty, I suspect you're correct. I'm looking for a seconder on altering the agenda. Mayor Watton, thank you. On altering the agenda to deal with item 7.4, which would include the presentation. Questions, comments? Call the question. All in support? Opposed? That is carried. Mayor Collier, you've got the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Just first question before, I do have an amendment that I would like to bring on the report, but first question is to do with, you've outlined a number of projects.
Sorry, Mayor Collier. Councillor Chapman, and he's very, very good at this, as we altered the agenda to deal with this, but we need to get the report on the floor. Mayor Collier's got the floor, so you're moving the report, but it sounds like you're bringing an amendment forward as well?
Correct.
Okay, so Councillor Anderson, so the report is on the floor, and you have the floor, Mayor Collier. So if you're moving an agenda or moving an amendment, you should be asking questions or moving the amendment now.
Thank you. I'm going to ask questions first, not about the amendment, then I will move the amendment. So my question, first of all, is we've got 10-year forecast and we've got a number of projects outlined. For additional projects, what would the process be? This is going to be reviewed every 4 years. So as potential other funding from other levels of government may become available, as situations may change, what is going to be the ongoing use of this policy and how will those be implemented?
If I may, through the chair, it's quoted here that each year this is subject to approval in the annual business planning and budget process. The policy will be updated periodically, as you say, but if there are opportunities that arise that are too good to not miss, then I think that that's where the budget process can pick up any amendments or changes to get approvals. And certainly at any point, somebody could refer something to Stella and myself to report back on whether that is an opportunity that could be extended through this program as well. So I think there's flexibility throughout the year for council to refer something to Stella and myself for consideration, but also flexibility then to address changes in the budget every single year as we see hopefully some significant funding opportunities that perhaps we've not built in.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I do have an amendment I provided to the clerk, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Lee, to add an item I to the recommendations. And what this amendment is basically, you'll see on item 8.2, we have a motion before us later on in the agenda. And all this is basically doing is applying the therefore in that motion to this. And if this is successful, we won't be bringing that motion forward under 8.2. I had a meeting earlier this week with the regional staff, and we discussed this motion and how it can be implemented in this strategy going forward. And the only difference is, because I assume the motion will pass, it wouldn't be implemented until the 4-year review of this policy. So I'm going to bring this as an amendment to this policy so it can be looked at now and not 4 years from now. And I'll just speak to it quickly. It's just that Durham Region Council directs the Works and Community Growth and Economic Development staff to explore higher and better uses for regionally owned utility lands, including but not limited to affordable housing and recreational facilities, while retaining their original utility purpose, with the Harwood pumping station be considered as a pilot site. And I quote, or I specify considered, because I did receive an email from the Commissioner of Works suggesting that that might not be possible on the site. I'm asking that it be looked at. And just the reasoning behind this, and I won't speak to the couple of in-camera items that we've had recently, but land acquisition is one of the biggest issues that are one of the biggest obstacles we have. We have a finite amount of property. Having to go and acquire new property is a huge chunk of our budgets. At the same time, we've adopted a regional official plan and we are doing major intensification. And we're having a look at different ways of doing things. And I'll use the example of policing and schools. We had a development in Ajax we recently approved for 6 towers at 3,600 units. Well, this was enough to trigger the need for a school site. If you put a school site on these lands, it would not allow the towers to go ahead. So we have to start looking at building some of this infrastructure into the podiums of these buildings, whether it's EMS, whether it's fire, whether it's policing, whether it's schools, or whether it's social housing, or in this case, utility lands by the region. The piece that I put here, which is the Harwood Pumping Station, is a perfect example. Through the regional official plan, we rezoned all of the lands north of Roslyn Road to now be potentially from employment to residential. This site is going to be surrounded on one side by a 25-story tower. On the other side right now is the Barrett Center through Durham College, but eventually those lands, I imagine, will be developed. This is a perfect location to look at. Instead of just building a standalone pumping station, why can't we build that pumping station into the podium of a building and have 10, 15, 20 floors of affordable housing on top? In my mind, a much better use of existing lands that we already own, that are already serviced, that are in areas that are already zoned for this purpose. So I'm not saying that this has to be implemented on every single project going forward. All this amendment is asking is that it be considered for higher, better use instead of having single standalone type things on a go forward basis. And if it can't be done, then it can't be done. But it's asking for those considerations to be made. So I will leave it there, turn it over to my seconder if he wants to speak, and ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Councillor Lee, I think the motion's straightforward, and we've all had a chance to see it under item 8.2, but the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I just want to add on that the chief just spoke about how, certain decisions we had made in the short term are affecting DRPS in the long term in the way that we're using space and ways that we're sometimes short-sighted. So I think this motion speaks to the ability to, be forward-thinking and try different things, because in certain municipalities like Ajax, we are very limited in space. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we are making comments and questions to the amendment at this point in time. Councillor Kerr, are you looking at the amendment or the main motion?
I was looking at the question of the presentation, actually.
Okay, so we're dealing just with the amendment.
Correct.
Right now. All right.
Okay.
Councillor Crawford, and you can just, nope. Okay, perfect. Councillor Kerr, if you'd push the request to speak again, so when we're done with the amendment, perfect. Thank you very much. Mayor Schumer, you just disappeared, so fine, and don't forget to push your button again if you to speak to the main motion. Councillor Chapman, to the amendment. All righty. All right.
So I don't have it written out, but it's fairly simple. Hopefully the clerks can help me. So after the word works, comma, social services. So it becomes works, social services, and community growth and economic development staff. Remove the words in both utility. It's hard to see, there we go. Owned utility lands, remove that. And in the other phrase too, their original utility purposes. So it'd be their original purposes. And delete with the Harwood Pumping Station to be considered as a pilot site. Thank you, clerks, for helping me out with that.
Well, I think it is friendly. Okay, so the amendment to the amendment is on the floor.
Right, so to speak to it, first off, if we're talking about looking at affordable housing, then the housing element in social services needs to be involved in this, not just works. Works does the real estate side of things, and community growth and economic development will do their piece as well. I don't believe if we're going to be looking at regional land for other purposes, such as affordable housing and or recreation facilities, which is it's a bit of an anomaly because we don't do recreation facilities, but I guess it would be, would we may enter into an agreement with a lower tier to let them use it, that sort of stuff. I think the staff are going to look into this. It's going to take some time to look at this. I was talking to some of the commissioners, to look at how this is going to be. So we might as well look at all our lands, or in developing a procedure, a policy, or whatever about what would be priority to do that. Thirdly, I think that staff have to do this staff work before we can identify a pilot site. And I understand where Mayor Collier's coming from, saying maybe it's a good opportunity and it's only to be considered, but I don't think we need to be considering a pilot site at this time. I think we need the three elements of the staff, the three departments, to look at this for affordable housing, and not just, maybe I could have added in affordable housing and other uses, and not just utility. And I don't think we need to burden the staff at this time to say, okay, well, how's that going to look at Harwood? If we come up with a policy, a procedure, whatever, when staff's investigation is done and Harwood is coming up for the design and it might work there, then that's great. But at this stage, I don't think we can identify a pilot site. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. Councillor Kerr, same question. Are you speaking to the amendment to the amendment? No, that's good. Thank you. Councillor Crawford, it's just the way the speakers list shows up. You're fine. Mayor Collier, I'm assuming that you do want to speak to the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wonder, who is the seconder? I didn't catch that.
Councillor Brenner.
Okay. I actually, I don't have a problem with these for the most part. I would actually consider them friendly as far as adding social services, taking out the words utility. This was put together, and again, I'm happy to make those simple changes because they make sense. I just wanted to clarify, I used the Harwood pumping station as the example because it is a current project and it is something that is undergoing consultation and planning and design now. So it would be an ideal opportunity that they're not looking at today for them to at least look at. And that's why I use that as an example. Taking it out, fine. But it is in an area that has all the proper zonings, all the proper servicings, all of the it's on two major streets, on major transit routes. I mean, it just checks all the boxes. So it would be a perfect example, but I don't have really an issue with any of the amendments. I would consider them friendly for the most part. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. As we've already got the amendment to the amendment on the floor, we may as well just carry forward with the vote on that. And so, I'm getting nods from staff that this could perhaps be could being the word a pilot. So with that, on the amendment to the amendment, do we have any questions, comments? Don't see any. Recorded vote requested by Councillor Chapman on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on the amendment to the amendment is starting now. Looking for Councillor Garrod online. Second call for Councillor Garrett. Thank you. Last call for Councillor Garrett.
All right, so the amendment to the amendment is carried unanimously. We are now on, I guess it would be an amended amendment that we are dealing with. And Councillor Kerr, again, the main, just double checking. Councillor Crawford, double checking. So I'll call the question on the amended amendment. All in support? Opposed? And that is carried. So we'll get back to the speakers list on the presentation and the report. The first speaker I've got is Councillor Crawford. Councillor Kerr. Councillor Kerr, sir, you are up.
I was just going to say ladies first. I'm not partial on jumping the queue. It's okay? All right. This is a question to the presentation, and there was comment made about 3,900 purpose-built units over the next 10 years. That's 3,900 on top of the previous goal that we had of 1,000 affordable units? That's my first question.
Yes, these are new units.
Thank you. Second question is, when we're talking about 3 partnership bills, and when we're talking about those 3,900 purpose-built units, would that be incentivized private developers? Would they be on top of that, or are they included in part of that 3,900? It just wasn't clear on how that came out in your numbers.
Through the chair, that would just be the affordable units.
Yes, I know that. But for instance, there's a developer in Oshawa called Mahogany who's building right now at Colborne and Kaiser. It's 6 stories, 75, all RGI units. I want to know, is that over and above these 3,900 or part of it?
They are over and above it. They would have already been included in the previous 1,000.
Yeah, I didn't know that they were included in the previous 1,000 either.
Yeah, they would have been part of a previous at-home incentive program, incentivized project.
Thank you. So that at-home incentivized project program is also includes private developers who may help us add to those numbers.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. And now, Councillor Crawford. The
Thank
floor
you.
is yours.
Thank you. On page 15, I think I'm reading this correctly, at 0.75% increase of the annual levy, does that mean that by 2034, you would have $3 million? Am I reading that right?
If I may, through the chair, it's incremental every year. So 0.75%, 3 million would be.
So they're adding them up?
Yeah, it would be incremental.
Oh, okay. Sorry. It's been a long day. My other question was that one of the projects that were identified was 650 Roslyn Road. Isn't that currently housed by the police? And if they have to leave, what do we do with them?
Yes, through the chair, the property is partially occupied by Durham Regional Police as part of the Accident Reporting Center. Part of it is vacant. So we do have, and this will be the subject of a future presentation, the opportunity to construct a phased redevelopment of the site, but it would have to encompass the relocation of that use in the long term.
Okay. And the Arkilly and Harwood part of the Ajax, that is not considered to be for homelessness, is that correct?
Through the chair, no, the property has been identified for housing purposes. The tenant could include seniors, for example, or families, or a mix there too. That level of client base hasn't been determined as of yet, but for the purposes of this exercise, a certain number of units has been assumed, and but no specific homelessness program has been earmarked for that property.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got Mayor Watton up next.
Thank you. I think I still have my voice. I just have a question with respect to the 0.75% tax. And I believe I heard earlier today that there was the CAO say that they've been asked to bring forth a bare bones budget. If this is improved, I'm just curious what your backup plan is should a bare bones budget be approved.
You know, Mayor, I'm sorry, we didn't hear you. Could you repeat?
Oh,
I'm
stop
kidding. I'm kidding.
That's why I don't ever ask
As
questions.
I said earlier, as I said during the presentation, we're working with AMO, who is really trying to encourage the provincial government and FCM, the federal government, to ensure that any funding provided to help businesses or the sector get through the possible impact of tariffs be focused on social housing revitalization. So we would very definitely continue to advocate for that. And as far as setting priorities in a bare bones budget, that would have to come back to council, but recognizing enhancing the rental stock will do a lot for dealing with our unhoused and those precariously housed.
Thank you. I think it's a great strategy. I just was curious about that. And my only other beef would be, what are we doing to advocate to changes for the Landlord-Tenant Act? That would also help our causes, if anything.
Yes, through the chair, that's a very good question. Thank you for asking that. We are working through our sector organizations right now. We all have the same concerns within Landlord-Tenant Board, the delays, and even the rules on both sides for the tenants and the landlords. So there is advocacy happening through our sector associations. It's a difficult one. We are walking a bit of a fine line, especially as community housing landlords. We try not to evict our tenants, as you know, and work very hard to keep them housed, but at times that's a very difficult process, and it can take many years even for us to go through that. So there is advocacy. It is a broken system, so we hope to see some changes in the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Up next is Mayor Schumer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you, I want to thank staff for this. I appreciate very much getting, a good forecast on initiatives and plans. And I appreciate this will be reviewed at least on a 4-year basis. I just, I don't want it to be held over our heads. We've had it held over our heads before with transit and other long-term plans. When it comes to budget time, we're told, sorry, you approved this. What are you backing down on it now? But within this, I guess my first question to staff is the inflationary numbers that we've got in here. What are they? And obviously we've got different ones for operating capital, correct?
Through the chair to Mayor Schumer, yes. So in terms of the inflationary pressures, they are separate pressures that have been identified for both operating and capital. And even on the operating side, we've used different inflationary pressures depending upon what the underlying expenditure category is. So based on the information that we have available to us, we've tried to be as precise as we can in terms of making sure that we're adequately providing for those pressures, recognizing that we are in a bit of uncertain times, so there may be some variances from those.
Okay, and I asked that, not that operating is a small budget item, but I asked that, I guess, mainly with respect to capital, because we've seen some of these construction indexes be, easily into the double digits. And, it wouldn't be the first time that we've had a project come back to us and it needs more money. So I guess I'm trying to get a comfort level on, what we're looking at here for 10 years with respect to the capital side. So are we being realistic here, given where the construction index has been and where it could likely go with all the chaos?
Through the chair, yes. So that the construction price index helped inform what we did from a capital inflationary pressure on our estimates.
Okay. Now, senior government funding, that's always iffy at best sometimes. And I know you use the word, you're being conservative here. But again, we've seen where senior government has reduced. After COVID, they cut things back to even pre-COVID times in some of these funding arrangements. So, I guess as we move through this plan, if things materially change, even after 1.5 to 2 years, can we expect that this will be brought back to us with full explanations and adjustments going forward?
Through the chair, yes. So of course, if there's major changes that have deviated from the plan, we would be bringing those forward to council at that time, whether it was earlier than the 4 years or not, we would. Just if I could add to your comment around senior levels of government funding. So we do have some secured funding that we know of through existing transfer payment agreements and subsidy programs. Those have been built in to the plan. In addition, we've also had ongoing engagements with CMHC, which has helped inform the assumptions regarding those investments. We do acknowledge that there are some investments that in this plan that that are not as secure, but we have as well built in some flexibility around the reserve fund financing in order to be able to reallocate funding if needed in order to address some of those more uncertain senior levels of government funding in the immediate early years of the forecast to advance those critical projects that have already started through the design process.
Okay, thank you. And that's a great segue to my next question, which was about the reserves. Obviously, yes, we're utilizing them, but is there a plan, or maybe it's baked into this, is there a plan for replenishment of those reserves? And is it part of this, or would that be somewhere else in the budget for any given year?
If I can, through the chair, to respond to that question, yes, the expenditure forecast that's included in this plan does provide for incremental increases to the social housing reserve fund that is in place. And again, those reserve fund contribution forecasts have also been inflated based on the construction price index as well, because those reserve funds are largely funding those capital infrastructure work. So we want to make sure that the money going in is also reflective of inflationary pressures. And over the course of the plan, we are utilizing the money that is being contributed into those reserves as well.
Okay, and I guess I think my last question is, and I thought I found it in the report, and I can't find it again, but with respect to, we've got different kinds of housing in here, obviously, but for an area such as the supportive housing, what cost per unit are we looking at here? Because I'm just thinking back to, I think it was 2021. When we had our consultants in talking about operating cost per unit for supportive housing, and I remember at the time I brought it up and extrapolated that going forward for the number of units that the region wanted to get in, and it was very scary, and it doesn't quite look like what's in this forecast. So I'm just wondering, and perhaps you could follow up after the meeting, what the unit cost per unit for, say, something like supportive housing would be in this.
Through the chair, we can certainly provide more detailed information after. In terms of the supportive, sorry, just to clarify, the supportive housing, you're looking at the capital cost or the operating cost to support? I just want to make sure we get you the right information.
The operating costs.
Because
that's what seemed very, shocking a few years ago, and I can only imagine it's gone up since then. And, extrapolating that out over the number of units, back in the day, it looked very scary.
Yeah. So if I can provide some context then in terms of the assumptions that underpin the operating costs for the supportive housing unit. So in terms of there is a line, so certainly those costs are incorporated from a supporting housing perspective, the ones that are already in our base that are supporting the microhomes project in Oshawa and supporting the Beaverton project up in Brock Township. There are inflationary factors worked into those contracts as well. In terms of new supportive housing units, there was a report that was presented, I believe, at the last council meeting that spoke about operational impacts associated or estimated operating impacts associated with new supportive housing builds. And this model mirrors that information that was provided in that council report previously.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Schumer. I've got Councillor Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one piece of clarification before we get into that. This is a good, bad report, okay? It's good that we're going to end up with a big bag full of houses. It's bad that it's not going to be until I'm almost dead, right? And it's also bad because it's going to cost us a bucket full of money, right? But just back to Colborne and Kaiser, they're not all RGI units, are they? It's listed as an affordable housing unit, but I don't think they're all RGI, are they, Mr. Miller?
No, they're affordable units.
Yeah, the difference is, I mean, because we got number of levels of affordable housing, right? And they're going to be below that, they're going to be at least at that 80% mark, right?
That's my
below the
understanding.
market value? That's
Yeah.
how I understand?
That's my understanding.
Right, okay. So I have a question on finance. If Roger can put up, is he there? Yeah. If he can put up the slide from Director Pincombe, the one that shows the percentages for taxes. I don't know which number that was.
Slide 29, or
Okay, number 29.
page 29.
The one that says 0.75 all along and it shows all the debentures and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, just keep my time going here while they look it up. That's okay, clerk.
So, through the chair, that's slide 15.
Oh, I know, yeah. You spent a lot of time in reconnaissance. Okay, so my question is, I'm not sure if it's to the commissioner or to the director. So we look at this here, that, and the answer was before that we want to put in 0.75%. So the tax rate is 3%, then we're going to add 0.75, and the tax will be 3.75 with that 0.75, whatever that dollar amount goes into this plan. Is that correct?
So that's, the plan is recommending an incremental 0.75. That being said, from a big picture perspective, as you're aware, when we put the whole budget together, there are also other things that we look at. So we would hope, obviously this year growth is not going to be particularly helpful. So this is a component that would be added to the budget for housing, which was the biggest input to last year's budget from the public. But I'm not suggesting to you that we're mandating that we're going to add all these together and that's what you're approving now. The rest of the budget process will also take place, right?
I understand that. And because there'll be other things in the budget when the plans come out that'll say this much in social services for housing and then, but if we add this 0.75, the money from that will go towards this plan. That's the theory behind it, correct? Okay, so my question then becomes is debit financing. So like for 2025, 121, that's million, I assume, 121 million, right? So where do we get the payment of the debt servicing? Because we have to service that debt, right? It's going to be, is it going to be more than 0.75? Or, and I assume the debt's not going to, we're not going to start paying for it until at least 2026, eh? Yeah.
Through the chair, if I can. So built into the operating expenditure forecast, which is just on the previous slide, built into that is costs for debt repayment. So because so maybe a longer explanation if I can, because the plan
You can take as long as you want. My time has stopped. Go ahead.
Okay. Because the plan is front-end loaded in terms of the capital build in order to advance the critical investment needed. The debt servicing cost ramps up very quickly over the term of the plan. So what we've done to minimize the property tax impact associated with that incremental debt servicing cost is we're using reserve fund financing to smooth those impacts. So yes, the plan contemplates the full amount of debt servicing cost and repayment cost for those debenture proceeds that we need to have, but it also includes use of reserve fund financing to smooth those impacts over the short term.
So the theory is to have a lesser impact on the actual tax levy then, right? Because, yeah, I just want council to understand when we approve this, that there is some debt servicing, so it's going to be on the budget, right? This is going to impact not just 0.75% of the tax levy, it's going to impact some more. You don't completely have those numbers just yet, but that it's going to impact that. Having said that, it's still a good plan because we need this, and like I said, it would be better if we could have them, before the end of this term of council, but I know that's an impossibility to have more houses for that, and the staff that work with me on the Durham Region Local Housing understand where I stand on that. So I think that answers my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Chapman, there was at least 2 minutes, 15 seconds if I gave you that 30 seconds back. Not really, but thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wu.
Yes, through the chair. And I don't want to belabor this too much, but the one that intrigues me is the mixed income communities. And if I can, through you, direct it to Roger, because I remember this coming up in, is this mixed income communities? And I think we made reference at one time to what took place at Regent Park with Daniels and Toronto Community Housing. And I think this is what we had planned for 650 Roslyn Road. Am I correct in saying that?
Thank you. And through the chair, generally speaking, that's what we're looking at across our communities. The difference is we're not getting into the condominium development as much as we are market-oriented purpose-built rental, but the idea is to widen the diversity and weighted towards the market-oriented side.
So now we call it partnership initiative, but is it somewhere, do you want to call it a P3 development?
One could call it that. I think there's many ways to characterize a public-private partnership, but generally speaking, the idea is to, for example, in some sites where we're not providing a direct delivery, the idea is to get the lands and title appropriately designated and zoned and have enough due diligence done that it makes it attractive to a private or not-for-profit housing provider.
Now, the one question, and I wanted to ask it, and this is, now, is there, with these lengths of affordability, you know, is this in perpetuity or are there lengths of affordability?
Through the chair, generally speaking, if it's provided by a private operator, they tend to have a sunset date unless there's a specific agreement related to it, but it depends. They can go from anywhere between 25, 40 years, or if it's a not-for-profit, they tend to go into perpetuity. Others may have others to add on that.
Thank you, the chair. So any of the redevelopments on the Durham Regional Local Housing Corporation sites, those would be in perpetuity. Usually for private development, it would depend on the terms of the agreement. So usually, I believe for our at-home incentive programs, it's a period of 20 years of affordability. So that's how that would work. And then for the mixed income communities across all of the developments and redevelopments, we're aiming for a 70-30 split. So 30% of those units would be affordable, a combination of non-market or rent geared to income and affordable rent, with 70% is market rent. And that's so that those projects are financially viable and sustainable. But one of the mechanisms that we have available to us to improve the levels of affordability within that 70%, we can start to stack in rent supplements as well, so that we can move affordability around depending on where it's needed.
Okay. Yeah, and the one that length of affordability, 20 years, that could go by just, you know, seems like a snap of a finger. But, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wu. I don't have anyone else in the list to speak, recorded vote. So just a couple of observations and questions. Nancy, we typically, we are replenishing and I can't recall what was in the 25 budget, trying to look forward to 26. There was electrification of the fleet. We know that Durham Region Police, we don't know what the number is, but there are going to be significant impacts. We had to replenish the grant funds that we do. Are beyond this, and I'm going to call it notional because we need to deal with the budget anyway. Have we made notional commitments to 26 beyond this 0.75%?
So through the chair, beyond what council is aware of, we are trying to put some accuracy to those items, but there's nothing in addition. So we are working, for example, with DRPS to do a 10-year strategic plan to address the things that were brought forward at the 2025 budget. We're talking to Transit about the uncertainty on some of the funding, so we may not necessarily bring that revised 10-year plan within this next few months. but we're certainly focusing on the needs that have been identified through council for the priorities of transit. So there's nothing beyond the police you haven't seen yet, but there's nothing else that comes to mind that we're layering on that council isn't very well versed in.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And Stella, perhaps to you or whoever it's appropriate for, if we looked at the 2014 to the 2024, the 10-year plan, one of the goals of that plan was to end homelessness in Durham. That didn't work. The DASH list up by 2,000 people last year alone. The 1,000 units, where there's a reporting every 4 years, how do we hold ourselves accountable? So I would suggest, and when I say ourselves, it's council makes the decision and the budgeting decisions, but we do need staff to carry it out. So, as a group, how do we hold ourselves accountable? Because the 14 to 24, and there was a small thing called a pandemic in the middle of that, so yes.
Thank you for that question through you, Mr. Chair. We will bring our new housing plan back in September for approval, the At Home in Durham plan. We do share our KPIs regularly, and we can commit to doing so. We do it through budget, but we can certainly commit to doing so through our Health and Social Services Committees meeting biannually. And also, we are creating a dashboard publicly to be able to share our outcomes as well.
Okay, good. Thank you, because a key priority, we heard about food security. So you need somewhere to live and you need food to eat, as fundamentals. And I'm not sure we as society are making great progress on that. So thank you for this. Thank you for the work in the report. Oh, sorry, Councillor Neal, you came up after I came up. You're supposed to come up before the chair speaks. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. No, I think the commissioner might have answered this already. Does this affect Envision Durham that we've already passed?
So maybe I'll just give a stab at this, and if the CIO wants to, we're looking at housing need. Envision Durham, I think, is more, it respects locations of things and those kinds of things. And certainly when we look at development charges and other funding mechanisms, that planning staff, our community growth staff are certainly partnering with all of that. I'm not sure particularly Envision Durham is embedded here, other than the philosophical staff inputs into this, consistent with those objectives that council have approved.
Just to confirm that this is consistent with Envision Durham, all of these developments are in areas that are permitted to be developed for housing purposes.
All righty. With that, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on the main motion as amended is starting now. Looking for Councillor Pickles online. Second call for Councillor Pickles. Last call for Councillor Pickles online.
All right, and that was passed unanimously, which I think shows our commitment to trying to solve at least our piece of this problem. We have, under Section 7, 3 remaining reports. I was just going to look for a consent agenda on those 3, seconded by Councillor Brenner. Do we have any polls for 7, 1, 2, or 3? I don't. Recorded vote on the consent agenda. Mr. Clerk. So it's 7, 1, 7, 2, and 7, 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on items 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3 is starting now. Looking for Councillors Pickles and Roy online. Second call for Councillors Pickles and Roy. Last call for Councillors Pickles and Roy.
All righty, that carries unanimously. We have one item each in items 8, members' motions, and confidential matters. I'm not sure, I could be wrong, that either of those are controversial. Councillor Chapman, do you want to move 8.1 and 9.1 together? Well, that would be problematic. That's
Third of the
all-
council that has declarations
All
on
good,
that motion.
all good. So,
So let's deal with each one by one.
That's okay. Yes, you are, but that's all right. So the clerk is saying, nope, let's do them individually, partially because of that. So I'll take a motion on 8 point, well, the motion is there, so that's Councillor Leahy's, and we needed another seconder. Councillor Anderson, you were beat by a millisecond by Councillor Mira Pietri on that. So that is on the floor. That's free transit for veterans of Canadian Armed Forces or full-time members. Questions or comments on that? And we do have declarations, so I'm sorry, Mayor Collier, I just cut you off, but we'll bring you back in. Do you need to note the declarations, Mr. Clerk? Okay. So recorded vote on this. Councillor Leahy, go ahead.
Yeah, no, so I'd just like to read it into the record. So, okay.
I think, Councillor, we've all read it. I mean, go ahead, but we've all had lots of time to read it.
No, I appreciate that. That we recommend to Regional Council, whereas Metrolinx, the operator of GO Transit, announced that it is providing free service to GO passengers who are veterans of the Canadian Armed Forces, reservist, or full-time members of the Canadian Armed Forces. And whereas we owe a debt of gratitude to those who have served our country in the Canadian Armed Forces in past conflicts and in the current defense of our country. And whereas the integrated fares between Metrolinx and local municipal transit systems has meant that there is a seamless travel between GTHA transit authorities. And whereas it is the intent of Durham Region Council to recognize the contribution of those that have served in our Canadian Armed Forces. And whereas making transportation a seamless opportunity for past and current members of the Canadian Armed Forces is a desired outcome, now therefore be it resolved that Durham Regional Council requests that the Transit Executive Committee consider the concept of allowing past and current members of the Canadian Armed Forces to ride for free on Durham Region Transit, subject to approval of the updated fare strategy in 2025 and consideration for the 2026 budget, and this resolution be forwarded to the Transit Executive Committee for consideration at their next meeting. So I appreciate your indulgent members of council. Once this announcement came into effect March 1st for Metrolinx, it just seemed like the right thing to do for us to follow suit. It's really important that we show our support for those who have worked so hard to fight for our freedom, whether past, current, or future members. And I just think this is a great gesture. I'm hoping for a unanimous support and just ask for a recorded vote at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Why, thank you, Councillor. Mayor Collier? Mayor Collier, we can't hear you or see you. There you are.
There we go. Sorry about that. Just reiterate my conflict, but procedurally, the last vote we just had on the housing strategy, there was only 18 votes and 4 of us have declared interest on this. So that leaves 14, which is not half of regional council. So what is the procedure on this? Can it still proceed?
A very good point. So do we have a quorum to deal with this, Mr. Clerk? I'm actually seeing a screen opening up that says municipal act on it.
I think perhaps 5 of us declared a contract with Councillor Cook. So.
So you want a referral to council? Defer to council. So the clerk is not going to be able to get an answer to that immediately. I'd suggest we get a motion to defer it to council, which is where it would be ratified anyway.
Right? All you need is a majority vote if there's enough people with declarations,
So
right? It's not having enough, that counting the declarations in the quorum.
So the clerk is unsure.
Okay.
And
Well, I am sure.
And at the end of the day, it would have to be it would be ratified. But Mr. Clerk, what's your preference on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to weigh in. Just as a matter of being sure, I'd like to take an opportunity to review the legislation to make sure that there is a carve-out for quorum when it falls beneath as a result of a disclosure of pecuniary interests. We had 6 disclosures related to this item, and some of those members are already away from this meeting. It would simply be easier to give us some extra time to bring this back next week, if that's acceptable to the mover and seconder.
You want a motion on the deferral? Okay, so Councillor Brenner, were you moving the deferral already? Do we have a seconder on that? Councillor Leahy, thank you. That is non-debatable, as I recall, so I'll call the question on the deferral. All in support? Opposed? That's, you're gonna. Well, so does it simply fail?
We did this in Oshawa once where we actually got down, we had quorum to start and Mike made declarations. There was 3 people that ended up able to vote on that. And the clerk.
So it's the same question that the clerk is not going to be able to answer.
Yeah, I know, but how can you defer it with a motion?
Well, so can we suspend the rules and then introduce it to council?
We'll just put it on the agenda.
So the clerk has no problem simply putting it on the agenda. So that sort of dies. Oh, wait, the clerk has found something. Give us a moment.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my wise deputies have come to my rescue in my moment of need and have clarified through the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act that despite any other legislation, when the remaining number of members will be deemed to constitute a quorum so long as it's not less than 2. So we're a large council, which means we can proceed. Thank you for your patience.
All righty. So we are going to vote on it. A recorded vote, I believe, was requested. Well, it's going to be a recorded vote, which will indicate. So, folks, it's a long day. Moving ahead and getting some business done would be a progressive thing. Push your button, Councillor, and I'll recognize you. Go ahead, Councillor.
So we are voting on the motion, not the referral.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. Just want to get that clear.
Councillor Neal.
So, Theus, okay, I had my name before, then I took it off as I thought we were gonna. But anyways, I guess my question would have been to the commissioner, the Commissioner of Transit, I heard in the motion, through you, Mr. Chair, I heard in the motion something was going to be seamless. So that would be, if we vote on this, how, what's the time in regards to this becoming active?
Thank you. And through the chair, we will take a look at the motion and evaluate what would have to happen to make that be put in place. So that's the need for us to take a look at it. I don't have a time for you now, just because we would have to look into the details. In terms of seamless travel, as you know, there's a one fare program now where people can transfer between DRT and Metrolinx and DRT and TTC. And basically they're only paying the Metro or the one fare. So it is more cost effective that way. So that, I'm assuming that's the reference to the seamless travel.
It's popped up in my mind. Sometimes veterans travel with, well, we have the youth naval, like, and everything like that, and the auxiliaries and everything. So if a veteran gets on one of our buses and is accompanied with like a youth or something that's in the auxiliaries or helping out, what happens there?
So, Councillor, I think you would have to ask staff to look at that. I mean, I think you're referring to the cadets. I don't think the cadets are caught. Yeah, I don't think that they are the cadets and officers and volunteers for the cadets. I don't think that that is caught in this motion. So is that your request? And Mr. Clerk, do you want to see that? Can staff take that as direction? Okay, and the mover is good with staff taking that as direction? All right. All righty. Anything else on the motion? And I don't need to remind anyone, Metrolinx has done this, but as we do things like this, any costs, and I think the costs are going to be minimal. I can't imagine that there are a whole lot of vets that use public transit. But as we give something to someone, it means somebody else is picking up the tab. Nothing is free. We can provide services, but nothing is free. Recorded vote, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For those members who declared a conflict earlier, please press the conflict button on your panel or on your screen if you're participating remotely. Electronic vote is starting now.
All righty, and that is carried. Mayor Collier, you had indicated earlier that 8.2 you were withdrawing. That's redundant as we pass that wherever we passed it at this point in time. I've lost track. Correct? We can't hear you, Mayor Collier. We can see you, but can't hear you.
Got to stop turning that
There we
mic
are.
off.
We can
I
hear
did send an email to the chair withdrawing that motion. Thank
Okay,
you, Chair.
perfect. So that, we don't need to deal with that. 9.1, if we, well, I was going to make that exact suggestion. So the clerk and I, oddly, and if you watch Clarington Council, it's very odd that we are in tune one with the other. 9.1 is a confidential matter. However, we do have a motion coming forward that would be moved by Councillor Mulcahy and Councillor Roy to get the province to expedite lifting the fees on the 407 sooner rather than later. So Councillor Mulcahy, if you'd give me a motion to suspend the rules to introduce the motion. Do we have a seconder on suspending the rules? Councillor Wu, all in support of suspending the rules? Opposed? That is carried. Has everyone had an opportunity to see the motion? No? Okay, so we're going to put the motion up on the screen. Or will we, was what I just heard. We're working on that. Councillor Roy is with us as with us to second it? Okay, so Councillor Roy is connected online. Councillor Mulcahy, you don't want to read this, do you? No. Okay, but you can, yeah, please do.
Okay, I'm going to be really fast because it's been a long day. We've had this on the floor before. This is just reaffirming that we still want to take the tolls off of 407 East. And, you know, we have the Winchester Road closure coming up again, so we actually have a date that we would like to have these tolls off prior to. I'm already getting concerns from residents and PTSD about the previous closure. So the province has given this promise during the election, and they're back to work. So we're asking them to expedite it. And I know we've had it on the floor before. We've talked at length about this, and I'm really hoping that we don't have to beat this dead horse because it's just a reasonable thing to be asking. But I will ask if any councillors have any pull to get this in front of MPPs faster than our staff can. That would be great. Thanks.
All righty. Do we have any questions or comments on that? Yeah, so, Councillor, I'm not advocating that anybody beat a horse, but if you're going to beat a horse, this would be a good one. Councillor Neal.
No, I was just going to say, use the seconder. If we don't have a seconder, I'll second it. Yeah.
It's already seconded by Mayor Roy.
Okay.
Okay, anything further on that? Call the question. All in support? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Item 9.1, unless we have questions, this is a confidential report. You want to move that, Councillor Chapman, seconded by Councillor Brenner. The report is on the floor. If you have questions, we will have to go into camera. I don't see anything online. I don't see anything on the floor here. I will call the question on that report. All in support? Opposed? That is carried. Great report, staff. Thank you. Without divulging anything, much needed and much appreciated. And with that, I think there is one item and one item only left. Councillor Leahy is moving adjournment, second by a very enthusiastic Councillor Kerr. All in support? Opposed? Councillor Miran Pietri apparently is opposed. Thank you all. Long day. Thank you, staff. Good work. Meaty and important topics.